hard player all around. So right now we're testing out the sound on our system here, and man, I hope this does not drive me nuts hearing myself. Yes, I do.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, there. No. Yes, I still can hear myself. What? What's up? Right. Do you have another headset you could co-cast? Do you have a buy the first round?
I don't, but my match doesn't start till round 2.
We're specking on both accounts. Oh, like, who's the counter? Oh, you test the admin. You want it? Go cast it. Okay, cool.
Alright.
You will hear him.
Okay. Yeah, that should be fine.
We're just gonna have to, like, see that. Sorry about that. You won't be on camera, Chris?
I'll see.
Grab seconds. My goodness. You could if you want. Alright, okay, I'll talk to you. You should get sound as well. You get sound.
That is really sensitive. I could hear what you were saying, and there's also some fuzz.
How about now?
You were awfully darn loud. That is much better.
Much better?
That, yeah,
That's better.
that's good.
You press the sound levels on your headset. Your headset is just on the internal one.
Man, I don't know what I'm going to do when you walk away.
Okay. You're all good. Now you can say all the bios again. We didn't hear you the first time. I'm so sorry. We didn't hear you with the bios the first time.
Oh, you didn't hear me at the bios the first time.
So we should be good.
Tragic. All right. So we're going to go through our bios again here. Our first player spotlight is Zoo. His real name is Alex Zoo. His favorite Hearthstone class is Praise Yogg. His least favorite class is any class without Yogg. And his current occupation is a dank memer. An interesting fact about Zoo is that you can save 10% with the code TEMPO at tempostorm.com. Our second player in our featured match in round 1 is K-Felt. His real name is Kyle Felter. His favorite class is Hunter, and his least favorite class is Warrior. His current occupation is an accountant. Interesting fact about K-Felt is that he paid for his wife's wedding ring by card counting, presumably blackjack. And he'd also like us to know he has several Magic the Gathering Pro Tour money finishes. So Bamboozled, what can you tell us about Zur K-Felt?
I don't know too much about K-Felt. He's come to a couple tournaments. I know he's done fairly well, usually in top. I think actually Game Timer was probably his first tournament that we've seen him here. He made top 4, so it'll be interesting to see where he gets today. And Zoo, great player in the Hearthstone community, however, does great in some tournaments, not so well in others. He was the winner of a collegiate level tournament in California, and made him qualify for that, and then won that. How much did he win again?
A whole bunch. I think it is over $1,000, I believe. So
yeah, well worth his time and money.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yes, so Zoo surprisingly had a first-round exit in the Salt Lake City Gaming Con tournament. I'd like to say that goes to show what a competitive Hearthstone scene we have in the state of Utah. But as with all card games, there is a large component of luck that goes into any given matchup.
Yeah, a lot of the commentators on Hearthstone say nowadays that there's so much RNG with the last expansion that even the best player can just lose out in a tournament just right away, just based on luck.
Yes, I myself once lost out in the first round, so I can speak firsthand to that.
Feels bad. Feels bad.
No, in all honesty, though, I have seen some pro players in some very low-key tournaments lose out in the first round. I once faced Zalay in the first round of a tournament. I have seen Chess Dude, I believe. I don't recall if he's qualified for BlizzCon, but he is a very high-level competitive Hearthstone player. The other day I saw him lose out in the first round of just a Battlefy tournament. So really exactly what you're saying, what you said. There's a very large RNG component that goes into these tournaments, and even the most calculated and experienced players could lose out round one.
We've seen with on our own players, players like Truviet Boy, just based off of one bad, not the Zog.
Yogg,
yeah. Loves running that card, but Yogg can be whatever Yogg wants to be.
Yes, indeed.
I think my favorite was from a recent tournament. Yogg cast a spell to turn him back himself into Yogg.
Okay.
So we're about to jump into watching our first match start.
Am I doing this right? Okay.
Now I know that Zoo is very much more of a stable Hearthstone player. He likes the stable decks. He's not a fan of the RNG.
Yeah, so I've seen Zoo really favor some higher tempo decks like Zoo Warlock as an example.
I must protect the wild.
Seen two, okay.
Hop right into the game here.
All right, we are live and going.
Okay.
And you can come and join in the picture here, Jeff.
If I could get in. Good. There we go. So it seems like we have a very classic Frost Mage, and I don't really know the name of this druid.
I'd just call this Ramp Druid.
Ramp Druid. I don't know. I think there's a specific name given to it because it has all those either or kind of options. I just don't
A Stake Helm?
my head.
Stake Helm Druid.
Stack Helm Druid, yeah. Could work.
I've seen quite a bit of this Druid on the ladder lately. Not so much Freeze Mage though.
Druid's very popular because with all those double spells, like right now Wrath, it's like it's good early game, but then late game with Stack Helm it helps. And a lot of those cards are cheap.
Oh, absolutely. And if you can get your Living Roots or even your, oh gosh, Raven, is it Raven Idol?
Yeah.
The value off of the roots in Raven Idol is tremendous. Wrath as well, doing 4 damage and drawing a card for 2 mana. That's a huge tempo advantage.
Interesting turn. Could see this white. Probably the best bet because there aren't going to be too many options. We're going likely to use Swipe against the Frost Mage. Because it really only runs Acolytes, a couple 1-health minions, nothing too big.
Mm-hmm. Do you know which player is playing which class right now?
K-Felt is the Druid, Zoo is the Frost Mage. Which kind of ties into what we were talking about before. Frost Mage is very stable, and the Druid can be, but it really depends on what you draw into. Like, if you draw too much into your high end, you're doomed.
Well, as an example, starting with Ragnaros and Ancient of War. By all accounts, I'd consider that a poor opening hand. Now, he did have Living Roots, which was kind of a saving grace for him.
Yeah.
In fact, has he played 2 Living Roots? Or is that just one?
The one, I think.
All right.
Now, I do find it also interesting that Zoo, he was willing to play that so early, because normally you save that extra spell damage for later. So I'm wondering why.
So what do you think the play here is going to be? Think he's going to throw down the Druid of the Claw? Or is he going to favor...
I would rather see the Violet Teacher. Against
Okay.
Frost Mage, you have to get in the damage early before he gets too many spells, and Sue's hand is already pretty full. So it's just a matter... He's bound to have extra Frost Novas. You know, I've seen a few Rough Blizzards, so he has to get the damage going.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'd be surprised if K-Felt doesn't take Bite here, even though Starfall does synergize with Stakehelm.
He needs that immediate damage.
Well, and as much as having the immediate damage, the ability to gain 4 armor, knowing that there's an Alexstrasza in the opponent's deck, I think is a huge advantage. And Feel Rage, another card, being able to gain 8 armor with Stakehelm, and also being able to simultaneously do 4 damage to either face or perhaps Doomsayer. So,
Now, I would like to see the Ancient come down. And oddly enough, don't do taunt, do attack.
interesting. So,
I personally would use it to bait it out the spells that he's going to try to kill you with in his large bursts.
okay.
Because you don't need the taunt. He's not really running any minions that are going to hit you in the face anyways. And he has to get rid of a Fireball or a Fire Blast to get rid of it.
And, well, the fact that he's going ahead and playing the Ancient War in the taunt form, I believe he made that decision for 2 reasons. Number one, he has a Mulch in hand, so Frost Nova plus Doomsayer does not wipe the board. And also Ragnaros in hand. He's set up to be able to do a lot of damage here. And doing a Frost Nova Doomsayer with Ragnaros on the board is a very, very risky move.
So the taunt did pay off. Not as much damage as it might seem, but was able to kill Tharsane.
And Zoo is in big trouble here. It doesn't look like he has Flame Strike in his deck, which for a Freeze Mage isn't that big of a surprise.
So we can see Summons is burned, we used to get rid of Ragnaros. Because he had Tharsane, Frost Nova, maybe drawn a little more AoE. Still has Mirror Jid, but usually save that for when you can get blanking on his name.
Antonidas.
Antonidas, there we go.
So I bet the play here is Druid of the Claw in charge form, and then Power of the Wild to buff all the minions. That way it brings the Drake out of Blizzard range, and you still get 5 face damage this turn, and you further develop your board. which is still safe against Doomsayer plus freeze effect.
Yep. So really, Zoo's only hope is Flame Strike. And even then,
So Zoo does have 2 turns to draw into that, but it's not looking good for him. And what Zoo doesn't know is that K-Felt has 8 damage in hand that he can go face with just with the Druid Hero.
well, he not only has the Bite, he has the other one, and can Wrath go face? I don't think he can.
Wrath cannot go face. Oh, Cenarius. This board is never going to die.
Seals it.
Yeah, that's rough.
He still has to break through the ice block, which is probably wisest this turn.
But he can't break through the ice block this turn. He only has 9 damage.
Buff up the minions, see what kind of damage you can take next turn, and then use your own spells to buff up your own armor.
Yeah, and that's something again that Zoo isn't aware of, especially if Stakehelm comes down. K-Felt can gain 12 armor over 2 turns. That's interesting, going with Bite here. He does still have 1 spot on the board to play Cenarius next turn.
Oh, he's doing it to Wrath his own.
Alright, yeah, I can see why you would do that. Cycle a card and he draws into Emperor Tharson. And really at this point, Tharson is kind of a non-factor.
So Ice Block wasn't popped, so this buys a good turn for Pyroblast. But we know that there's still 8 more armor in hand. Ice Block's gonna pop. Zoo's probably gonna have to play a second. Really? Blizzard? So hopefully a Doomsayer is like the only thing left. To even buy time, but by then. K-Felt's still at 27, 29 health.
Yeah, 28 health now. So what do you think about him using the Feral Rage there? In essence, he lost out on 4 hit points because you know that part of Zoo's win condition is Alexstrasza. And I would have liked to see him use that once he was below 15 HP.
Even then, though, because he knew Alexstrasza was in hand because the Pyroblast was played. Or at least he should know. If I had not seen a Pyroblast, then I probably would have saved it. But because we did, we know that even if you had Alexstrasza, you're gonna pop the Ice Block. So if he puts it down, he's dooming himself because there would be a 9 mana, and then he can't play Ice Block.
That's a good point. So K-Felt goes ahead and takes game number 1.
So now we're gonna wait to see what classes the next people pick. Popcorn.
Yes.
Just checking out what scenes we have here on XSplit. Oh, hey, look. Promotions! Don't quite have a mulligan set up.
All right, so K-Felt and Zoo are hopping into their second game. K-Felt will not be able to use his Druid Hero the rest of this match.
Oh, and the new Murloc.
This is the first time I have ever seen that hero.
You haven't earned it yourself yet?
I haven't.
Oh,
I don't have any friends, Jeff.
I'll be.
You'll be my friend?
Yeah, in real life. In the game, though, you're gonna have to probably just create a dummy account. Sorry. It's okay. Just.
Do you know how long it takes to get to level 20?
Yes. About like 2 hours playing against the computer. Maybe 1 if you can get enough coins to do arena on a new account. I did it the
Fair
day
enough.
it came out.
Oh.
I had an account and just made it, played it, doing tutorial stuff, and then jumped into arena because that can just get you a ton of experience. And you don't even have to worry about owning cards. But back to the game.
Back to the game, yes. So, we have, it looks like a mid-range shaman against Zoo Warlock. So, who do you like in this matchup?
Personally, I like the shaman more, just because it's more aggressive than Zoo Warlock. And the shaman has a lot of tools to control the low health minions of the Warlock. We already know that there's a lightning storm down there, or feral spirits, so it's really leaves Zoo in a tough bind.
So, given these opening hands, I really do like the shaman myself. Lightning Storm is arguably the best counter to Zoo in the game. And then having the Feral Spirits there, they're guaranteed to trade with any of the minions that the Warlock's going to be putting down in the first 4 turns of the game. And he also has the Totem Golem, which will trade 2 for 1 most of the time.
I would like to see, at least in this turn, Murgleton come down. See what he can do, because if he can get a Fire Blast,
yes,
take
Mage
it,
Hero
get rid
power.
of the Abusive Sergeant.
That is huge.
And it's just one more ping that he has. Chooses Life Tap instead. Interesting.
Maybe he thinks Life Tap is better because he has both Feral Spirit and Lightning Storm in hand.
Possibly.
Personally, I disagree with that choice.
I do as well. Because that Abusive Sergeant now just killed your one of your strongest 2-mana minions.
Did you bring some fish?
Another interesting choice. Totem instead of
Tuskar Totemic instead of Feral Spirits, or even Flame Tongue Totem.
Against the Doomhammer though, next turn.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Because this Doomhammer, if he can pull into a Rock Biter, or even Lightning Storm, he has enough minions on the board to kind of help clear.
Oh, and this Lightning Storm is going to get a lot of value.
Trading with the Wolf, not sure.
Oh, that's... He's playing it very safe. That would have been disastrous if he didn't trade, though, because Lightning Storm, Flame Tongue Totem really would have been about GG there.
So we can see Lightning Storm, Totem come down to help kill Councilman, and hope that the Storm helps kill the 4/3. Tough choices here.
Yes.
Because you don't want to take 8 damage to the face with Doomhammer, especially if you chose Life Tap as your your extra.
So I think he's going to go Feral Spirits here.
Feral Spirits.
And
see
Flame
that.
Tongue, yeah. Trade into the Dark Iron Dwarf.
My only fear here is that that Councilman's gonna just grow.
Well, looking at the hands in Zoo's, or looking at the cards in Zoo's hand, he doesn't have a way of going face this turn with that Councilman.
Yeah. Direwolf coming down. He's gonna be able to throw in the tentacles to get rid of the taunts. Again, Lightning Storm's a really good choice. Could see the Doomhammer taking 6 damage to the face if he kills the 2 lesser minions.
5 if he hits the wolf first. But then you have that Darkshire Councilman, and you know that he could have the 0-cost card that summons all the 1/1s. Could buff that all the way up to a 12 attack minion next turn if he does go Doomhammer here. And that's the way he's going.
Choosing the Doomhammer. It's gonna help clear the board, but we're gonna probably see that Councilman just go berserk.
Yes.
Unless he's feeling gutsy and wants to play Doomsayer.
Oh,
Juggler.
Flame Juggler.
He's gonna be able to put that down, and
That is the perfect draw.
buff it to. Oh, that's gross. This is a lot of damage. Fortunately for K-Felt, he still has the Storm to punish him next turn. But if it doesn't kill that Councilman,
Actually, K-Felt actually loses here. Yeah, his Storm, even if it clears. Oh,
no,
He
only
has
has
one?
one Doomsayer. He has 1 health.
he does have 1 health.
If he taps, he's dead. Because even if Doomsayer comes down, he'll still have a taunt to kind of help stop with the Nerubian.
Trying to think what can save him here. Yeah, gotta rely on Tusker Totemic. And
Didn't get a taunt.
yeah, did not get the taunt.
So even if there were Nerubian, the Doomsayer would plow through it.
And I think a big reason why
So,
K-Felt
congrats
fell
to
in.
Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo played that very well. Trading into the board when he could have otherwise gotten 6 extra face damage, I think was his saving grace there.
And I think K-Felt definitely got punished for not picking the Fire Blast.
Oh, absolutely.
If he would have picked Fire Blast, he would have got rid of the Abuse Sergeant at the beginning and kind of saved some of his own minions to help clear the board. And then in those earlier turns, he still could have used Storm and had a backup in case if it did not do 3 damage.
Right.
To any of the minions, really. It didn't even matter the Councilman. So it kind of helps. See the Shaman again.
And this matchup here is largely determined in the mulligans. Ice Lance isn't a card that Zoo wanted to see in his opening hand. It's not devastating, but having that early card draw will be good for him. Oh, double Tunnel Trog.
Doesn't have a lot of activators for him though. Not until at least 4 mana. Sergeant Squire's probably the safer play.
I hope you like my invention.
Novice Engineer, just getting as many cards in hand. Ooh, but double torches will help get rid of those trogs. See both trogs coming down now. Help clear the board. Because then you can coin out your 4 mana next turn.
Yes, getting that frame wreathed faceless on the board. Turn 3 will add 4 extra damage to what the board, I guess, could have had.
Seeing the clear, still has another torch to handle the other trogs, so the trog is going to get a little damage in. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Nova instead, though. Frostbolt.
Frostbolt, nice, Lance. Burning a lot.
That's a lot of damage to burn right now in the early game. I think I would have rather seen a Frost Nova.
And K-Felt has a Flame Tongue Totem to follow up here, so that's 8 face damage.
Punish him for not freezing the other ones.
I don't necessarily disagree with Zoo's line of play there.
True gives him a clean sweep this turn. But we'll see if 7 damage later could be the difference.
So, which do you think is the best card to play here, Doomhammer or the Frame Wreath?
Doomhammer.
I would agree with that.
Because next turn you can still play the Flame Wreath or any of your other cards, and you need to get damage out now. Even though you don't have a Rock Biter, Doomhammer is still safe, in my opinion.
Oh,
You can get all the big minions out, but it's going to freeze it. He has to use a, Ice Lance or Frostbolt to get to your face.
Oh man,
And this is risky because this could be punished by a Blizzard.
Oh, absolutely. No, Blizzard doesn't outright kill any of these minions.
It doesn't kill it outright, but it definitely would diminish the value.
Oh, absolutely.
Blizzard, ping one totem, next turn, ping the next totem, and you're left with a couple of 1/1s.
Yeah.
And 2/1s.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Doomhammer come out there. Yes, he got 2 damage from the board, but he would have had 4 damage in this past turn. And Freeze Mage isn't really known for running Oozes or Harrison Jones, so Doomhammer is a pretty safe play in my opinion.
Now we could see, the Ice Barrier, maybe the Ice Block too. No, besides the Nova, I'll buy some time.
Well, with that board, the Frost Nova is essentially Ice Block. He was gonna take 15 damage, very likely this next turn, so...
Roaring Torch, good pickup against that large minion that just came down.
And he opts to play Fireball.
Instead. I think I would have liked to... maybe the ping would have helped, maybe not.
I do disagree with that play, because if he would have played the Roaring Torch, he could have then pinged a minion on the board.
Yeah. One step closer to kind of helping with the rest. Now, he might have lethal. That's 2, 4, 8, 10.
Did you bring some fish?
Ooh. He missed lethal. Or no. Doomhammer could have been modified by Rock Bite, so never mind. Almost missed. But there's a Blizzard. Save him another turn.
Yes, there is Blizzard.
And this is where that ping would have come in to help clear the rest.
Now, jeez, I disagree with not summoning a totem there. If that would have been a healing totem, he would have saved one of his wolves.
But like we said earlier, if he would have had Doomhammer sooner, that would have been a lethal turn.
Yes, it would have been. It would have been. But it looks like he's doing all right anyway. And
He's still going to be able to hold on. We have an Ice Block.
Oh, and
Save him.
that is huge. That is huge. Well, the Blizzard pickup makes it irrelevant that that is a healing totem.
Gonna have to play the Ice Block. He might burn his Lava Burst here.
Well, and Lava Burst is
No.
GG.
Yeah, Lava
K-Felt
Burst
takes
GG.
K-Felt takes the match.
Yep. Ice Block was definitely the safer play unless no, he sees it. So that leaves K-Felt 2-1.
Yes. All right. Well, we have what would appear to be our first upset of the tournament in round 1. Nothing against K-Felt, but Zoo has had outstanding success in tournaments in 2015 and 2016. So him having a first round exit is a bit of a surprise to me.
Well, we're doing best of 5, so we still got a few.
Oh! Alright.
Oh, like,
Oh, the
sitting here
BM.
catching Pokemon, being like, yeah, okay,
The
what?
BM. Counting him out too early.
Sam pushing me out of the way.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm now a streamer.
Fantastic.
So here we are, Frost Mage
Actually,
against
you should be able to tell me.
another Zoo, but this time K-Feltz. Abusive Sergeant gonna kind of punish the Acolyte. Does leave Knife Juggler vulnerable, but doing the juggles from the 0 mana would just be horrible to give a Frost Mage that many cards.
Okay.
Tough turn. You're gonna give him cards no matter what. Least amount of cards with this play. Still only gets 1 tentacle though.
Yes.
Or 3. Sorry.
Now, Zoo's opening hand here is disastrous. Alexstrasza, double fireball. All cards that you really want to save to close the match out.
Dark Peddler.
Peddler.
Probably the Archer.
That's close.
Unless
Dragon
Ooh,
Hawk,
because
when
the
you
Dragon
have
Hawk with, yeah.
with power overwhelming. If you saw the
If he can keep it up 1 turn, then that's a lot. Oh, don't use the Sergeant if you have a Dragon Hawk.
maybe he
That
plays the
could
Dragon
have
Heart
been-
as well.
It could have been 16 damage if he would have saved the Sergeant.
Yeah, it could have
However,
been.
Zeus seeing the Hawk play and sniping it.
Now, I don't know if you saw it, but in the summer qualifier in the finals, Rosti lost a match game to a Zoo Warlock who got double power overwhelming on a young Dragonhawk.
Oh, I did not see that.
I believe it was a 23 damage turn.
Going safe, the best play. You don't want to accidentally give him that extra card too soon, but
Oh,
anyways, able to pull off the Frost Nova Doomsayer. Wah, 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 wah. Makes this kind of a dead turn. K-Fel. Not bad. Still has plenty of
if
extra
Zoo
cards.
doesn't draw Frost Nova there, he straight up loses. He had no way of clearing that board.
Blizzard would have helped too. Then he could use some of his other
Yeah,
spells.
indeed. Indeed, yes, Blizzard would have helped a lot there.
However, Zoolock just repopulating the board. More cards.
So I
He still has plenty of answers now with the ice barrier up and the ice block.
indeed.
Not 100% sure. Just killing him that way was the best instead of going face. Try to get that damage in now. I guess you're trying to save until Alexstrasza comes down. Because then a simple Pyroblast and whack to the face.
Yes, having the Pyroblast in hand means that Zoo can really use his burst spells quite liberally with clearing the board off. So this turn, or this next turn, I expect to see Fireball clearing off the Councilman. And probably doubled Novice Engineer. Engineer's coming out first, of course.
Or just one and ping the other to prevent too many minions from being on court. Blizzard, however, the better pickup.
Maybe, maybe not. That does... Oh, that is almost lethal. Double power overwhelming Doomguard, 14 damage.
If it's not tossed away.
Well, you're going to use your 2 power overwhelmings first. The Doomguard is going to discard.
If you did use it first, yeah. Because you could use it on your little demon there. But he still has Ice Block up.
He does still have... Oh.
This probably the better play. Getting the Councilman up to a threatening level. Definitely prevents Straza from coming down.
And Zoo gets another top deck. Blizzard off the top. And that Blizzard, I think, is gonna about seal out the game for him. Zoo has Ice Block up. He has Alexstrasza in hand, Pyroblast, 2 Frostbolts.
Not quite the card you wanted to see right now. We're gonna see Pyroblast next turn.
Yeah.
So even if he breaks through that Ice Block, there's nothing stopping Zoo.
I'm trying to think if there's any card.
Drax? But it can't do it if he uses... no.
The most likely card that would have saved him
heal.
is...
But I don't think Zoo runs any heal.
Well, there is about a 1 in 8 chances of pulling a heal off of the 2/2 that draws or that discovers a 1-cost card,
Yeah.
and you can get Dr. 1, the Voodoo Doctor.
But he would have to use his hero power to draw it.
Yes, yes.
And
So
it's null.
So really, the only out that K-Felt had in his deck there was drawing. I wish I could remember. Is it Undercity counts? No, that's a rogue card. I'm sure we'll see it.
But I don't think he runs Draxus in the Zoo.
I don't believe so either. I don't
here we
run
are.
Jiraxis in my Zoo.
Round 5.
Round 5.
Hunter. Zubok. Who can go face first? Nice strong card to start out with. Zoo. Not quite.
K-Felt is gonna tap here.
Tapping's pretty risky.
I'm kind of surprised to see Brand Bronzebeard in this deck. Excellent synergy with Doomguard.
A lot of synergy with Doomguard. Great synergy with the 4 mana. I forget his name. Because then you can get an 8 damage spear to someone's face.
So, of all the cards that I can think of, Gormok gives you the best synergy with Bran. The Discover card is also a good option.
Definitely gonna see the Juggler come down. Forbidding come down. Get a couple juggles off. Hopefully he gets the bat.
Removing the beast from that board is a huge deal. Houndmaster is such a powerful card.
Was the best choice compared to the Juggler. if he had another forbidden, that would have been 5 knives to the face.
Well, since Gormok was in hand,
But I guess,
Bran was the correct decision. Unless this juggler sticks on the board for about another 3 turns, which, given that he has the bow in hand, I can't argue with it.
This game.
But this is essentially game right here. K-Felt has 7, 9. Yeah.
Game because of overwhelming power. We didn't have overwhelming power.
K-Felt could actually have done 19 damage that turn. With power overwhelming, Defender of Argus, and then the Soul Fire. So,
congratulations to K-Felt. Kind of fulfilling the prophecy I gave earlier of Zoo. Really great player, just not the best of luck sometimes.
yeah,
And even the best player could be brought out due to luck.
yes, indeed. And K-Felt, we should start calling him the Giant Slayer. I believe he is the reason that True Viet Boy, in theory, did not win the Game Tyrant tournament. He was the runner-up in the winners bracket. But True Viet Boy, I don't know if you'd say that he was upset by K-Felt. I mean, K-Felt was a legend player last season. But in back-to-back tournaments, he takes out True Viet Boy and Zoo. Quite the accomplishment.
Well, we're going to take a small break here and get some other matches going from our next round, including one of myself.
All right.
So I'm going to step out.
Well, in the meantime here, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to a YouTube video that I find absolutely hilarious. Keep you guys entertained in the meantime.
Well met.
All right. I need some technical help here. I'm trying to play that YouTube video.
Okay, cool. Does it sound live? Yes, this is
It is on live. We got to hurry here. Our adoring viewers have a black screen.
Alright, cool. Give me your
It is actually playing right there. So I can go ahead and pause, get that up on the screen. All right. So
Another card turned to dust. Another card turned to dust. Hello,
Well met.
I got Reno Jackson. I'm about to heal. When you think that I'm about to die, everything is awesome. Everything is good. Keep way out the walls. Everything is awesome. And he's climbing the ladder to legend.
Cause you know I'm only going face, no trading. I'm only going face, no trading. Don't touch that.
Drop it down to baby, that's simple play. Baby, that's simple. I will summon this girl. Next turn playing knife juggler. value mustard, then top deck shredder, coining challenger, the perfect curve.
Hey, roll lead every day.
Another card turned to dust. Another card turned to dust. Hello,
Well met.
Hagarino Jackson. I'm about to heal. When you think that I'm about to die, everything is awesome. Everything is good if you play out the rules. Everything is awesome. And he's climbing the ladder to legend.
Cause you know I'm only going face, no trading. I'm only going face, no trading. Don't touch that.
Dropping down to baby, simple play. Baby, I will summon this girl. Next turn playing knife juggler, value mustard, then top deck shredder, coining challenger, the perfect curve.
Hey, roll lead every day.
At the river mouth, the bears catch only the tastiest, most tender salmon. Which is exactly what we at John West want. John West endured the worst to bring you the best.
All right, and we are back. Our round 2 matchup that we're going to be featuring today is between Crush K and Acme Sector. These are 2 players who are new to me. I've never played with either of these players before, I don't believe. But our first spotlight will be on Crush K. His real name is Caden. His favorite deck is the original Patron Warrior, and his least favorite deck is any mage deck with Flamewaker. His occupation is currently enterprise sales, and something interesting about Crush K is that he switches his main in every WoW and Hearthstone expansion. Our second player spotlight is on Acme Sector. Real name is Devin. His favorite deck is Reno Warlock. Remember that, everybody who's listening to this stream. His least favorite deck is anything aggro, so make sure to build decks for that. His occupation is an avant-garde monitoring center, monitor alarm systems. And something interesting about him is that he uses a mage as his main in WoW. Now, I don't know about you, I don't find a mage being very interesting. So, something interesting about him. Now, this may be made up. This may not be. I believe he aspires to be a professional bull milker if he ever switches positions. Now, having just met him, he's a bigger guy. I think he could be very successful with that. Are we live still?
Yeah, you're live. You're good.
Okay.
Don't mind the man in the corner.
All right. So, have we added Acme Sector and Crush K to the friends list yet?
We have not yet.
We have not. All right. So we'll go ahead and get this set up here. Add Acme Sector 1803. Add Crush K. Hashtag 1783. All right. Well, while we wait for them to respond to our friend requests, we'll give a quick recap of the results of our round 1 matches. So in round 1, we had Jin defeated by Crush K 3-1. We had Grifter defeat Patrick 3-2, close match. We had Little J defeat Battle Pup 3-0. And we also had K-Felt defeat Zoo 3-2. And we also have results from 2 of the round number 2 matches. We had Funny Guy defeating Joe Discount 3-0. And we also had Squigs defeating Nice Hunter 3-0. So both Squigs and Funny Guy are on to the quarterfinals, the early stages of the tournament today. So today I'm really interested to see what decks that Acme Sector and Crush K are going to be bringing. Not having seen either of these players play before, I wouldn't be surprised to see some less common decks. I didn't see if either one of them were bringing anything really out of the ordinary, like seeing a priest or paladin, both of the lesser used classes in this tournament. Okay, and is this for real? All right.
Job's done.
Plug the headphones into the top.
My greetings. My greetings.
It's getting hot in here.
Test.
There's sound. Test. Okay. All right. So in this first round, we have the Beast Druid against what looks to be Aggro Shaman. We'll see if we can bring in the Shaman's cards. Currently, are not able to view those. Spectate Sector. Go ahead and spectate Acme Sector as well. All right, so Acme Sector. Okay, so that is a mid-range Shaman running the double thing from below, but then seeing the Lava Burst in there, that's a little bit less common in my experience to have the double big taunts together with a finisher like Lava Burst. So Crush K went ahead and put down Druid of the Claw in taunt form here. Acme Sector can clear this if he decides to use Lava Burst and trade his totem in. Oh, well that actually, oh man, 1 mana short. Oh, that hurts. Acme Sector forgot that he was overloaded from the turn before. Would have been able to clear off that Druid of the Claw with a single spell, but instead it was a hero power pass turn.
I wonder.
So Crush K has a couple of options here. Either option will involve him laying down the Savage Combatant and either using Power of the Wild to buff his minions, or he could do Savage Combatant, Hero Power clearing off the Totem Golem, or even... Okay, he's going to go ahead and go face. Leave the... What do I know? He's going to clear that Totem Golem with his Druid of the Claw. I think that's an excellent play as well. In fact, thinking about it, clearing off that Totem Golem with his Druid of the Claw really diminishes the value of spells like Hex, as an example, where he would have otherwise been able to freely trade into that Druid of the Claw.
Will rise against you.
Oh, and Acme Sector. Oh, interesting. So he's going to go ahead and clear off the Druid of the Claw and the Savage Combatant, I suspect. So Acme Sector is left at 13 HP, but the cards that were in Crush K's hand until he just drew were not that powerful with 2 1/1s on the board. However, having drawn Fandral, it's a real game changer here. Fandral will enable Crush K. Oh man, that's an interesting choice. Okay, pushing as much face damage as possible here. This does set up for lethal next turn with swipe in hand. So Acme Sector left at 2 HP. And with that hand, there is nothing that he is able to do to prevent lethal next turn, given that swipe is in hand for Crush K. So Crush K did an excellent job there spotting the 2-turn lethal potential.
Well played.
And Crush K also top decked Savage Roar there, which also would have been lethal. So Crush K jumps out to a quick 1-0 lead over Acme Sector. While we wait for the second match to start here, I'd like to give a quick shout out to TESPA, the University of Utah, for organizing this event and for asking me to cast today. This is my first casting experience where I've been asked if I would do it as opposed to competing in a tournament. So it's a very fun experience. So the second matchup is a Shaman Mirror. It's Murgle against Thrall. And Acme Sector having the turn 1 drop, I think, will be an advantage for him this game. Switching over to the ping will give Acme Sector some added removal later on in the game. And seeing that he has a very aggressive deck, those 1-drops are especially important. So Feral Spirits here. I'm guessing that we're going to see a Rockbiter and Ping. Rockbiter from the Shaman's face, essentially. At Ping, and we're going to go ahead and keep a Murgle here at full HP. Now this sets up kind of an awkward turn for Crush K. The Tunnel Trog was a big pickup for him. And on the other side, Flame Tongue Totem is going to be a big pickup for Acme Sector as well. So Crush K is going to be looking for a Lightning Storm here, and he does not pick it up. So looks like we're going to go ahead and Hero Power here and use Lightning Bolt, clear out that Flame Tongue Totem. He's going to hold on to that second Lightning Bolt. See what he can get cleared off later. So Crush K is going to be on 4 mana this turn. And I suspect he's going to go ahead and throw down that Flame Wreath Faceless. Top decking Totem Golem, though, does present the possibility of the Totem Golem plus Hero Power, as he does have the thing from below in hand. Inconceivable. Acme Sector has set up for lethal next turn, unless Crush K can come up with an answer. Since he played the Flame Wreath Faceless last turn, he is not able to get the thing from below onto the board. And this is going to be a quick finish to game number 2 with Lava Burst in hand plus Doomhammer. We'll be able to go ahead and do 7 damage this turn. And then top decking Rockbiter Weapon. Why not? Letting Crush K know, hey, yeah, I had this all the way. Oh, and the and the extra bit of BM there. Now, if you're gonna do it, might as well do it all the way. I really would have liked to seen that Mage Hero Power to clear off that Flame Wreath Faceless. All right, so Crush K and Acme Sector now tied up 1-1. Crush K winning with his Beast Druid, and Acme Sector winning with his Aggro Shaman. Now we have a Warrior Mirror match. Looking at the mulligans here, that's interesting. No signs that it's a Cthulhu Warrior on either side. Looks like a straight up control. Oh, there's Discipline of Cthulhu. Crush K is indeed playing a Cthulhu Warrior. And Acme Sector still unclear exactly what his deck is, whether or not it's just straight up Control Warrior or if he is a Cthulhu Warrior. Crush K goes ahead and just Hero Powers past his turn. Playing Acolytes against a Warrior turn 3 generally isn't going to pay off for you, but Crush K not having Fiery War Axe in hand is going to go ahead and coin out the Cthulhu's Chosen. It's interesting. All of the cards in Hearthstone and a 4-cost 4/2 is Cthulhu's Chosen. I would have thought it would have at least been a 9-drop. Crush K picking up Shield Block. Not something that's going to help him out this turn. And Crush K really has an awkward hand here. Has those 2 Disciples of Cthulhu. But with the Acolyte of Pain on board, they're not going to be any good. Acme Sector goes ahead and throws down the... Oh, is that Ravaging Ghoul? Yes, that is Ravaging Ghoul. Draws a card with this Acolyte. Going for maximum value. Okay. We now see Bran for Acme Sector. So I'm really curious what kind of warrior Acme is running. With Bran, I gotta think that that's Cthulhu Warrior.
Cthulhu! 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 That's not right.
Crush K goes ahead and slams the Ravaging Ghoul, picking up a Brawl in hand. And there is our confirmation that Acme Sector is indeed playing Cthulhu Warrior. Cthulhu's Chosen coming into his hand. And he's been very fortunate. He hasn't drawn Veclor or any of the big Cthulhu cards that really rely on having a 10 power Cthulhu. Oh.
Have you heard from Yuridan lately? Cthulhu! Cthulhu!
That is the first time I've ever heard that interaction. When Bran was played, there was the
Have you heard from Yuridan lately? Cthulhu!
I don't know if that is just me. I've never heard that interaction before. Have you heard from Mirrodin lately? I'm sure there is some Warcraft lore behind that. Bran Bronzebeard and his Magni Bronzebeard? I'm not sure. Both dwarves in either case.
Feel the fury of the mountain!
And Crush K, he is running the Doomcaller. Running Doomcaller in any slow Cthulhu deck is a huge advantage. And this essentially allows, if he still had Bran, he'd have the potential to have 3 Cthulhu's. Both players have used their Bran, so there won't be any giant or any second and third Cthulhu's, or any third Cthulhu's, I should say. And there won't be any 20 armor, is it shield bearers? I forget what the 7 cost 6/6 that grants 10 armor. But very common. Or it's actually really a staple of the warrior deck. It allows them to survive against a lot of the more Zooish decks.
I have no time for games.
Being able to combo on turn 10, Bran plus against the 7 cost armor minion, name of which is escaping me. It's a very powerful play. Ancient Shield Bearer, there we go. And Brawl coming up here. So yeah, if he's gonna play Brawl, he better attack with Sylvanas first.
I bleed for Cthulhu.
I have
That's
no time
that's
for
an
games.
interesting play. Oh. Acme Sector saying, I want my Emperor Tharson back, and actually he's just going to have Sylvanas stuck on the board. Probably the best outcome of that brawl. So right here, yeah, armor up into Justicar Trueheart, into a second armor up. We'll trade with Sylvanas for free. On the same token, I would not be surprised to see Sylvanas just go face. In fact, I don't see any real reason for Sylvanas to trade into Justicar here. Acme Sector does have the option of playing Cthulhu, but without the Doom... Is it Caller? Yes, without the Doom Caller in hand. It's kind of a risky proposition. So he goes ahead, slams down the Crazed Worshipper. Crazed Worshipper does give Cthulhu +1/+1 each time he takes damage. So later in the game, he's a fairly effective counter to Cthulhu. if you haven't played Cthulhu yet. That's Now, Acme Sector could have chosen to steal Emperor Tharson instead. Not sure if he saw that there, because that would have been a very powerful play. Would have had an 8-cost Cthulhu, as well as a 6-cost Ancient Shield Bearer and a free Shield Slam. All right. So Acme Sector does have a good way of dealing with this. Shield Bearer, and then Hero Power plus Shield Slam. And doesn't even need to Hero Power before slamming. It's back up to 21 armor. Vekler, not necessarily the card that he was looking for. The Ancient Shield Bearer does trade into both copies of Twin Emperor Vekler. Boy, having already played Bran, I don't understand why he's holding on to that Doom Collar. Wow. And right here is where it really would have come in handy if Acme Sector had chosen to steal Emperor Tharson instead of stealing the 4/2 Divine Shield Cthulhu's chosen earlier. His Ravaging Ghoul would have been at 1 cost, and he could have cleared off the second image of Vekler without running his Shield Bearer into it.
Feel the fury of the mountain!
Crush K does go ahead and hang on to that Execute. Having the Fiery War Axe in hand does guarantee that he can clear it off the board. And now he does choose to play the Doom Collar. Don't have a deck tracker here. I don't recall how much removal Acme Sector is used. I think it may be 1 Shield Slam and 1 Execute. So this Control Warrior matchup is panning out just like many other Control Mirrors do. This will almost certainly go into Fatigue. I'd be surprised if it does not go to at least Fatigue 5, assuming that Acme Sector has a Doom Collar in his deck. Bloodhoof Brave. That is an interesting card to see.
I have an axe to grind.
Likely in the deck for those pesky zoo matchups. Also not a bad card against some of the more aggressive Shaman decks.
A symphony of terror.
Alright, there is the Doom Collar from Acme Sector, and his Cthulhu is now a 20/20.
Almost out of cards.
Both players have... Oh. Crush K is down to 1 card. Acme Sector is down to 2. Now, if Crush K has been counting, he knows that Acme Sector has both a Shield Slam and an Execute remaining in hand. So throwing down Cthulhu there would have been an incorrect choice.
Out of cards.
What he might not be tracking is whether or not he'd have an activator for execute. But at 49 armor, he knows that his Cthulhu is not going to be able to
Out of cards.
pull him out of shield slam range.
Out of cards.
Cards in there. Card number 31, I believe, is Cthulhu. An Acme Sector
Not right.
is going to have to go ahead and burn his execute here. And I suspect, yes, just going to go face. Not sure how big of a factor that'll be that Crush K was running that Bloodhoof Brave. It's looking so far like it will be a very big difference. Now, what this might end up coming down to, ironically enough, is that Crush K entered into fatigue one turn earlier than did Acme Sector. And by the time we get to fatigue 6, 7, 8, he is taking one extra damage at, compared to Acme Sector, and it is occurring one turn earlier. So, in essence, that'll end up being about an 8 fatigue damage advantage that he has. So the Brawl in Acme Sector's hand is essentially a dead card, as is the Execute in Crush K's hand. Unless Acme Sector really messes up here, he has this game in the bag. He, I believe, has the bigger Cthulhu. It's a 2020 compared to an 1818. But there's no way for Crush K to remove the Cthulhu short of playing his own Cthulhu and then executing his enemy's Cthulhu. And the value of the Cthulhu is greatly diminished if 9, 10 shots do hit the enemy Cthulhu that you're just going to go ahead and execute anyways. Alright, and this is going to be the final turn that Crush K could have used a Shield Slam. Acme Sector, if he wasn't counting the cards coming out, could think that that's either an Execute or a Shield Slam. But now looking at a 64 armor opponent, Crush K may realize that he no longer has a win condition. Yeah. Out comes Cthulhu. With Shield Slam in hand, that Cthulhu is going to meet a quick death. And next turn, Acme Sector will presumably play out his Cthulhu. Oh, there, Crush K concedes, and Acme Sector jumps out to the 2-1 lead in this match. So Crush K jumps out to the 1-0 victory with his Beast Druid. And then Acme Sector reels off 2 victories in a row, one in a Shaman mirror, and then the latest match just in a Warrior mirror. Haven't seen yet what decks these two players are bringing. Okay, so Mage. Let's see if we can have our first Tempo Mage of the day. That is exactly what we have. For those of us watching, we're all hoping that that is a Yogg Saron Mage facing off here. Against a Control Warrior, or a Cthulhu Warrior,
Greetings.
the Yogg-Saron mage doesn't have a reliable win condition. So based on what I've seen so far, by the opening hand, Acme Sector has the god opening here. Double Mana Worm into Frostbolt or Sorcerer's Apprentice if he so chooses.
Let's make magic.
Colt Sorcerer. Alright, so next turn, Crush K is going to be looking down at the potential for let's see, it would have been 3, 5, 8, 11 damage potentially. The Sorcerer's Apprentice is going to come down, and no, he holds on to the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Interesting choice here. Now, Crush K having that brawl in hand could end up being very powerful next turn, as I expect that Sorcerer's Apprentice and one of those Frostbolts to come out.
Someday I'll be just like you.
So it looks like we have one of our results from the round 2 matches. True Viet Boy just defeated his opponent 3-2. Radiog?
Speak to me.
Yeah, True Viet Boy just defeated Radiog 3-2. For those of you interested watching the stream today. So out comes this Flame Waker. And Frostbolt onto an Acolyte. That's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt. Oh. Greedy choice there by Crush K. Perhaps he is recognizing that he is going to need to have his Cthulhu at 10 power in order to fend off the coming aggression from Acme Sector. That Ancient Shield Bearer granting that 10 armor. Oh, and that is lethal. I did not recognize that right off the bat. That is lethal. And Acme Sector takes the match 3-1. So congratulations to Acme Sector defeating Crush K. So we'll go ahead here and jump out. I'm going to go see if we have another match that we can go ahead and hop into. While we wait, we'll go ahead and switch over to offline stream, and we'll take a quick break. Oh, really? I don't know. I haven't gone over yet.
Yep.
Oh, I can tell you'll have some news stories tonight.
Scene one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, and we are back with the Hearthstone Summer Showdown, hosted by Tespa of the University of Utah. In our round 3 matchup, we are going to be featuring Little J and Funny Guy. Little J is a player I am familiar with. He has had a great deal of success in Hearthstone tournaments over the past 6 months to a year now. And I have to think that Little J is the favorite in this matchup. Little J will be facing off against Funny Guy. And we'll go ahead and do a quick bio of the two players. So, Little J, his real name is Little, insert middle finger here, J. And Little J's favorite deck is the Mech Mage pre-TGT. Yes, that is his favorite deck. Least favorite deck is Mech Mage post-TGT. And I asked him, so what do you want to be doing in 10 years? Now, he very sarcastically said be going to college. However, what he really meant was graduate from junior high. So, some interesting facts about Little J. He plays Hearthstone. So, and also, it looks like here, once he does graduate from junior high, high school, maybe even kindergarten, I don't know how old he is. He wants to grow up, and he wants to be the guy who tests rectal thermometers. So, very interesting passion and goal that he has long-term there. So, best of luck to Little J in pursuing his dreams. Funny Guy, his real name is Alex Gatewood. His favorite deck is Major Domo Mage. This may be a very quick set of matches here. His least favorite deck is Secret Paladin. And his occupation is a supervisor at Lagoon. Huh. Might need to hit him up, see if I can get some discounted tickets. And an interesting fact about Funny Guy. He says he's not actually funny. So his name is just ironically funny. No, it's not. No. Sorry, that's actually epic fail, man. Sorry. And Funny Guy, yeah, so after he is a supervisor at Lagoon, he wants to stream Hearthstone full-time, playing Face Hunter every game. So, as some of you may know, in Season 1 of Hearthstone, there was actually a brain-dead monkey that made legend playing Face Hunter. Little known fact, but Blizzard did have to come out and nerf Unleash the Hounds after that occurred. So I have to go ahead and add Little J and Funny Guy to our Tespa account here. Funny Guy, hashtag 11. So he's already a friend. So, some of the results from our round 2 action, in case you guys didn't catch it. Nice Fighter and Squigs played round 2. Squigs got by Nice Fighter 3-0. He's now going to face K-Felt in round 3. K-Felt defeated Stagborn 3-2. Close match there. Funny Guy defeated Joe Discount 3-0. And is in our featured match now against Little J, who defeated Zanasso 12. Looks like. So, and that was a 3-0. Bamboozled defeated Braha 3-0. Grifter defeated Nth Anomaly 3-2 in a close game. I was actually able to spectate the very end of that game. Wisps of the Old Gods, OP. Shouldn't give out too many teasers, though. Grifter is now facing Bamboozled in the third round. True Viet Boy beat Radiata 3-2 in round 2. And Acme Sector and Crush K played in round 2 on stream. Acme Sector beat Crush K 3-1. Go. Okay. And, God. Is it on?
Yeah.
All right.
Scene 2.
We're
Who
good.
asked for it?
Scene 2. Scene 2. Man.
There you go. Good to go.
All right. Fantastic. Do have to go ahead and spectate. Funny guy. All right. So in round 1, we are going to have what looks to be a tempo mage facing off against Zoo Warlock. Little J bringing the mage and Funny Guy bringing the Zoo Warlock. Based on these mulligans,
Hello.
it's looking like Little J could have, well, Sorcerer's Apprentice and Colt Sorcerer are decent opening cards, especially now with the pickup of Arcane Missiles. Funny Guy did just pick up Dire Wolf, or Dire Wolf Alpha, I guess that would be. And that'll be a nice turn to lay down for him. So spacing does matter a little bit here with, the hell is that called? Forbidden Ritual in hand. He is going to want to go ahead and plop that wolf down on the right side of his possessed villager. That way, the Forbidden Ritual tentacles, I don't know what exactly they are, will get buffed by that dire wolf if it does last until next turn. Oh, and holy cow. I think everyone watching is hoping that this game goes to at least turn 10. Little J is the first player I have seen so far who did go ahead and bring Yogg Saron. Alright, and there is another card. I can never remember the name. Dark Peddler. So, three kind of frustrating cards. I wouldn't be surprised if Funny Guy goes ahead and takes Shifter Xeris here. Little J has already used one of his arcane missiles. Alright, okay, so he does take Dragon Egg anyway. So besides arcane missiles, Dragon Egg really isn't that strong of a card in the Zoo versus Tempo Mage matchup. That's interesting that he's playing it instead of his possessed villager here. Little J picks up Ragnaros as a draw. Kind of a dead card, and Little J is gonna need a 1, 2, or 3 mana card going into turn 4. Else he will be hero powering and passing. So Funny Guy picked up another Dark Peddler. Looks like he's going to go down, plop it down. He could also go the route of playing the Imp Gang Boss plus the Possessed Villager. A life tap here. That's an interesting choice. Interesting. Funny Guy takes Void Caller, prioritizing it over the Mortal Coil. In the first 3 turns, Mortal Coil would have been a fantastic pickup, but perhaps Funny Guy just doesn't foresee there being 1 health minions on his opponent's board. The Spell Slinger did give Little J what in this matchup is a very powerful card. That being Moonfire, 0 cost, 1 direct damage to a minion. And Funny Guy got what is quite possibly the most worthless spell for a Zoolock. He got Excavated Evil. I doubt we will see that coming out of his hand in the next 5 turns. Warlock without a board is probably not going to be in a winning position. Funny Guy does go ahead and clears the Flame Waker off of the board. Oh, Drake plus that Moonfire clears off the Dire Wolf. Now, Funny Guy has a couple of options here. He has the Void Walker. He could plop down along with a Possessed Villager and then, oh geez, the Forbidden Ritual. He could go ahead and tap and do really any combination he chooses. Picks up another Imp Gang Boss. That's a very good draw in this position. I think it's going to go ahead and play that Imp Gang Boss alongside either a Possessed Villager or the Void Walker. Alright, so it does look like Funny Guy is going to go ahead and play that Void Walker. He's going to have to act quick here because his time is running out. And he does go ahead and hits face here, so Little J, kind of an awkward position here. Picks up Mirror Images. That's actually a very good card in this position. It will eat up 4 damages from those Imp Gang bosses. And the following turn, turn 7, he will be able to clean pretty much whatever Funny Guy plays off the board with his Flame Strike. He'll be transitioning into Ragnaros, so Little J is looking like he is in excellent shape at this point to take this match. Wow. This actually is a very good opportunity to play the Excavated Evil. Saying before, this could very well be the most worthless card for a Warlock, but with the board that was just presented to him, he found a use for it. Now, Lil J. Okay. Alright, he is going to go ahead, hold on to that Flame Strike. Given that both Imp Gang bosses were at 1 hit point, he feels content doing the 4 damage or the 4 missile arcane missiles. He was fortunate that all 4 missiles did go ahead and hit minions, so he did get max value out of that decision. Looking at the hand for Funny Guy, he picked up Charge. If Funny Guy is running a Sea Giant, that Charge will be an extremely powerful card. He'll have 10 direct damage for as little as 3 mana. If there were 10 minions on the board when he was playing. Charge, of course, gives any minion to play Charge and then to attack. Alright, so he goes ahead and plays Charge. Oh, honest. Interesting. Oh, Little J picks up mirror entity and mirror images. Oh, tough position here for Funny Guy. He's low enough HP. I think he'd hesitate to tap. And I do not think he wants to play that Flame Imp.
My shield for Argon.
Okay, okay. So Little J goes ahead and picks up the Colt Sorcerer. I bet this Fireball may go... no, not... okay, clears off the Imp Gang boss with that. All right, so the play here really has to be Abusive Sergeant into, let's see, he's on 10 mana. So yeah, he can play all, in fact, he wants to play all 4 of his cards here. Put Abusive Sergeant onto his, really, it doesn't matter where the Abusive Sergeant goes. The play here is double power overwhelming on 1 minion. Use that minion to clear off the Mana Worm, and then have the Doom Guard and presumably the Defender of Argus clearing off. All right. And that... all right. We gotta hope that this Ragnaros takes out the Doom Guard here. We all want to see that Yogg-Saron played. And son of a gun... Little J, you're killing us, man. Teasing us with that Yogg in your hand all game. But no bueno, no Yogg-Saron. Savior of Hearthstone for us. So Lil J does take game 1. His Temple Mage does go ahead, or I should say Yogg-Saron Mage does take out Funny Guy's Zoo Warlock. Now, I wasn't told what decks that Funny Guy and Little J were bringing today. Zoolock is a popular deck to repeat with, or to use first, and if it loses, using it again. If someone does want to keep any secrets as to what decks they're playing, that is a strategy that I have seen some people use before. Funny Guy does go ahead and switch to... What kind of warrior is this? Normally, I would say that my client would be glitching. See, and indeed that is the case. I don't know if the viewers saw it, but it showed that Funny Guy's hand had 2 of the 7 mana 5/5 Wind Furies, the Dragon Hawk. I was kind of freaking out here. That card is dreadfully weak, and so, anyways, that is not the case. He is not using that card. Funny Guy goes ahead and plays Upgrade, turn 1, gets that 1/3 weapon out. He's going to go ahead and play a Bloodsail Raider here, get a 3/3 for 2 on the board, and is going to take a whack at that Taunt Totem that is standing in his way. Lil J is going to go ahead, play that Tunnel Trog, and clear off the Bloodsail Raider. So a nice early answer for Little J in this matchup. So Funny Guy goes ahead, puts down the Ravaging Ghoul, and then coins out the Blood to Ichor, and he will get a full clear. Have a nice board left up. at the end of his turn. Lil J picks up Tuskar Totemic, probably the best card that he could have asked for in this position. And that Manatide Totem, which may be the best totem, perhaps Totem Golem, but very good totem to pick up in this position. So Funny Guy will go ahead, clear the board off, and get 4 face damage in the process. Lil J picks up that Argent Squire. Let's see what Funny Guy did. Oh, talk about a top deck. Arcanite Reaper off the top to clear the thing from below. That allows Funny Guy to get 7 face damage while maintaining his board presence. So play here for Lil J is going to be Wolves, Flame Tongue, and then he'll have a decision whether he plays Finley. Oh, actually, I like this better. He goes ahead and buffs up both of his Spirit Wolves. And so Funny Guy is going to have to trade his board in order to deal with Little J's board. Now, Little J, his hand isn't exactly what he had hoped to have going into turn 7, 2 1-drops. But Little J will be able to double hero power next turn if he chooses to.
Speak to me.
Yeah, Funny Guy being forced to trade in his Ravaging Ghoul and use the second hit on his weapon to clear out those Spirit Wolves. Now, Tuskar Totemic. Talk about another top deck. Positioning is important here, anywhere but the middle. He does need to maintain that buff on the Abusive Sergeant in order to clear out that Acolyte of Pain. And I wouldn't be surprised here to see Little J play both of his remaining cards. Ooh, tough decision here. Either Shapeshift or Fire Blast will be good in this position, and he does decide to go with Shapeshift, the Druid hero power. Fiery War Axe is a huge pickup for Funny Guy. He'll be able to take out that Flame Tongue totem for free and reduce the total potential damage that's threatening him from 9 to, I believe, 5. Count up that damage. 3, 5, 8, 9. Yes, 10 with the hero power. Flame Wreath Faceless. Excellent pickup here for Little J off the top. Now, Funny Guy's got to be hoping for a Slam, Blood to Ichor, Ravaging Ghoul. Ravaging Ghoul is probably most preferable card here. So he can go ahead and activate one of those executes. And he picks up a decent card in its place. And this is good here. Now, he'll re-equip the Arcanite Reaper, so he will get his Dread Corsair for free. This is actually panning out to be a very close match here. Really a top deck war between Little J and Funny Guy. What comes off top? Feral Spirits. That Arcanite Reaper that was looking so good last turn, it just lost just about all of its value. Essentially oh man, Battle Rage. And Funny Guy is going to have to go ahead and use this Battle Rage. Hope for, oh, well, about as good of a card as he could have hoped for. I don't know if he runs Ragnaros or Grom in his deck. But that Dread Corsair will go ahead and trade into that Spirit Wolf and eat up a hero power.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Oh. It'll be interesting to see how Little J trades. If he trades in his Spirit Wolf or the Divine Shield. I believe that is the right play. Oh. And here is the Bloodsail Cultist. That card would have been absolutely amazing for Funny Guy when he had another pirate on board, either of the Dread Corsairs, but just didn't work out that way this time. So again, Funny Guy is looking for cards like Ravaging Ghoul. The Frothing Berserker is not a bad pickup here. That Frothing Berserker will get to be very dangerous in the coming turns. Most likely have 6 attack next turn. Oh. And that top deck from Little J. Oh, he decides to hold on to it. Perhaps running double Doomhammer in his deck. I have not seen either of these players' deck lists, but if he does pick up Doomhammer in the coming turns, that will be an instant GG for him. Interesting. I don't see the logic in trading into the Argent Squire in this position. Perhaps. Alright, so that is 6, 7, 10 damage. Little J is 1 off of lethal. And he is staring down 10, 13 damage potentially. So Little J is gonna have to use his Lava Burst on that Frothing Berserker. Most likely. Or he could go ahead, use the Rock Biter. Okay, I like this line of play. He could use the Rock Biter on his Totem. Lava Burst face before trading in. Which way does he go here? Does he? Yes, he does trade into the Frothing Berserker. Tough decision. Oh. And there comes a Fiery War Axe, laughing at Funny Guy's pirates on the board. So Funny Guy will have to top deck a card here in order to present lethal. No luck with that Flame Juggler. So 9 down. Oh, and charge is gonna be GG. 9 damage represented on the board, plus the weapon. Charge gives 2 extra attack. Little J says, no, you will not see my hit points reach 0. I concede to you. So Funny Guy goes ahead and ties up the series 1-1 with his Pirate Warrior taking down Little J's Shaman. And since I imagine our viewers are so intently focused on our stream here, I thought you might like to know that there was a rare Pokemon seen on the far end of the university. No, just kidding. These jokes just don't come out quite right. My apologies, guys. We're waiting for Little J and Funny Guy to start their third match here. Series tied 1-1 again. And it is going to be Little J Shaman again against Jaina. Mage. Tempo Mage, we may be lucky enough to see another Yogg Mage come up. Pretty strong opening hand for Funny Guy. Oh, Tunnel Trog into Lightning Bolt here. Will give Little J a powerful opening turn. And Funny Guy, I think he's just going to go ahead and ping off, or ping down 1 HP off of that Tunnel Trog. Now, Funny Guy is going to have an awkward turn 3 here. He could go ahead and throw down that Sorcerer's Apprentice. Could play the Flame Waker. I think the Flame Waker is a good play here. It will require what he would probably think is going to be some sort of removal plus killing the Tunnel Trog, but Little J does have the Lava Burst in hand. A Loot Hoarder. That is interesting card to have in this deck.
Mind if I roll need?
Perhaps this is going to be a Yogg N'Zoth Mage. If that is the case, I really hope this game makes it to the late game. Funny Guy goes ahead, picks up a Sorcerer's Apprentice. Looks like, yeah, it's going to go ahead, play as Azure Drake, picks up a Fireball, and it's going to go ahead and trade in his Loot Hoarder. Oh, Little J picks up Doomhammer. Now, Mage being a class that normally does not run Ooze or Harrison Jones, I'm surprised that he doesn't play Doomhammer in this position. So on 6 mana, Funny Guy has a couple different options here. Sorcerer's Apprentice and could use Arcane Intellect. Or what I think is the more powerful play personally would be to get that Water Elemental on the board. But looks like Funny Guy does go ahead and prioritize that card draw. And there is Yogg Saron. By all accounts, Yogg Saron has to be favorite card, and the missiles fall exactly wrong for Funny Guy, but he does have 2 mana left over to go ahead and clear off that Tuskar Totemic. So, Funny Guy is in a strong position here. He can clear the board if he chooses to. However, keeping the Cult Sorcerer and Arcane Blast combo is going to be a powerful tool for him going into the late game. That's going to essentially be a 3 mana combo that can clear off. Well, it can deal 4 hit points or 4 damage. I take out a Flame Tongue Totem, take a thing from below down to 1 hit point so that it can be cleared up with a ping. So it doesn't surprise me that he goes ahead and hangs on to that Cult Sorcerer and spell in this case. So Little J deciding to go face. Funny Guy picks up the mirror images. That is going to be a very big deal, as it could, or very likely will, eat up 2 charges of the Doomhammer. Alright, so out comes Arcane Blast. Ping for the Argent Squire. Going to go ahead and clean up the wolves and those mirror images, ensuring that his opponent doesn't have the 16 damage combo next turn with double Rockbiter. And Funny Guy's opting to play around Lightning Storm. I can't argue with the decision. It is quite common. So, and out comes that 1 mana, or what has been reduced to 1 mana, thing from below. Funny Guy does have an answer for it in the form of his Fireball. And I think that's what he'll be playing. Yes, okay, so he gets Fireball.
Let's make magic.
What are the plays here? Alright, 5 damage, Flaming Torch. Goes ahead and freezes Little J's face. Probably the single biggest fear Little J had was getting frozen with that Doomhammer active. And now it's decision time. Is it worth spending a Fireball on the 2 health Tuskar Totemic? I really wouldn't be surprised either way here. Little J may run Bloodlust in his deck. It's not that uncommon. And he does opt to instead Fire Blast Little J's face. Little J picks up Feral Spirits off the top. Trades into the Azir Drake with his Tuskar Totemic, and he's gonna have to get some good draws off the top here. His win condition is in serious jeopardy if he keeps becoming frozen by the Water Elemental of Funny Guy. Flame Wreath Faceless, probably the best top deck he could have gotten in this position. However, Funny Guy does have the answer in the form of a Fireball and a Ping. Now, we can just hope here that, oh man, that Little J does not concede before Yogg is used. In fact, Little J may be counting on Little J's use of Yogg Saron as a win condition for himself. There are a number of comical highlight videos on YouTube of Yogg Saron playing a card such as Wisps of the Old Gods and then Doom and drawing into Fatigue, essentially killing himself. Now Little J goes ahead and says enough is enough. 3 turns in a row, you've frozen me. We need to get rid of this water elemental. So Frostbolt is going to come down on the Totem Golem. Goes ahead and clears the Totem Golem off, and now Funny Guy is faced with the decision: do I clear off that spell damage totem, or do I go 3 face? So Funny Guy opts to hit face here. It really eliminates the possibility that Little J clears off his Mana Worm using Doomhammer. However, it is a slightly safer play, perhaps, to clear off Totem. Oh, Flame Wreath Faceless. We are indeed going to get to see Yogg Saron. I would be shocked if Funny Guy opts to go any other route in this position. I believe we're to about 12 to 14 spells at this point. And very likely he will gain a little bit of armor. He will draw some cards. There will probably be a couple of secrets. And down comes Yogg Saron. Let's see what happens. Oh, well. Clears the board. Praise Yogg. Praise Yogg. Everyone put your hands in the air. Praise Yogg. Yes. 4 damage to face. Circle of Healing. Sacrificial Pact. Inner Fire. Repentance. Flame Lance. Twisting Nether. Equality. All those minions at 1 health. And that's it. Oh, so Little J's hoping for a taunt totem here.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
That's secret. Oh. Argent Horse Riders. Health is at 1 hit point twice. I'm gonna go ahead, play the Azir Drake here. Kobold Geomancer. That is interesting. Oh, I really hope Funny Guy doesn't opt to ping his Acolyte here. Okay. Yes, that is definitely the correct line of action, as a Rock Biter would have been lethal for Little J.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
Trying to think if... And that is the game. A taunt totem still would not have saved Little J here, as the Drake and Acolyte combined with the ping would have been able to kill him in that position. So Funny Guy takes a 2-1 advantage over Little J. Bit of a surprise here, as Little J defeated both of his previous opponents 3-0.
Versus Gul'dan. Your soul shall be mine. Let the hunt begin. Greetings, traveler.
Hello, hello. All right. Okay, hopping into game 4 of this matchup. Little J is playing, looks like a mid-range hunter, and Funny Guy is using his Zoo Warlock again. Pretty strong opening hand here for Little J with the King's Elec. Very good chance that it will win its joust, and Fiery Bat jousts against the Abusive Sergeant. No draw for Little J.
Buying or selling.
Dark Peddler comes down from Funny Guy. I'm guessing Possessed Villager is going to be the pick here. Corruption is a possibility, but there aren't too many real high priority corruption targets in the Hunter decks. The Reliquary Seeker, I suppose, is an option here, but the only way to really flood the board as Warlock is to use Forbidden Ritual, and if that's the case, you will not have a mana left over for that Reliquary Seeker. So Little J's gonna go ahead and equip his bow here, I suspect. He does so, clears off the Voidwalker with his Elec, and clears off... Gosh darn it. Why can't I never remember that? Clears off the Dark Peddler. Top deck Imp Gang Boss, just in time for Funny Guy. I believe the play here is going to be to clear the Elec off. Eliminates the possibility of a Houndmaster buffing it and giving it taunt. Instead, Funny Guy opts to tap and trade. Very interesting decision. The later the game goes, the less valuable that Imp Gang Boss is going to be with cards such as Stampeding Kodo in the deck for Little J, potentially at least. So Funny Guy is going to burn a Power Overwhelming here. Don't know if I necessarily agree with this line of play. I don't know if he runs Leroy Jenkins or not.
That didn't quite hit the mark.
Alright, and it ends up working out pretty well for Funny Guy. Funny Guy's going to go ahead and Hero Power and pass. Opting to hold on to his Quick Shot, as well as his Kill Command and Explosive Trap. Alright, so Funny Guy does go ahead, taps again here. Lays down his second Imp Gang Boss and goes face. Now the nuts here really would have been to pick up the Kodo. However, Little J is... Yes, looks like Little J is going to go ahead and quick shot each of these Imp Gang Bosses and then throw down his Explosive Trap. He'll gain another charge on his bow and will prevent any damage from coming next turn. Now this line of play does really show Funny Guy what exactly that secret is. I don't see any scenario where Funny Guy wouldn't test to see what this secret is before putting down a minion. Let's see what he opts to do here. He goes ahead and life taps. Picks up a very good... There are one of those Kodos, and it does go ahead and takes out one of those Imp Gang Bosses. So now in this position, Funny Guy will be able to trade into this Kodo. The correct line of play here would to use the Abusive Sergeant on some minion other than his Imp Gang Boss. The reason being that if he does choose to proc that secret, which looks like he does, yeah, Funny Guy did did misplay there. He would have had an extra 1-1 on the board if he had opted to use the Abusive Sergeant on one of his other minions. And now with Call of the Wild in hand, Little J really has some new life this game. So, be interesting. Okay, double Darkshire Councilman. Oh, and Voidwalker being picked up off the top. Really about as good of a card as he could have asked for in this position, as that is guaranteed to absorb 3 damage, and Little J is representing lethal in hand with, oh geez, with his hero power, weapon charge, and kill command. So Knife Juggler comes down, buffs up the Dark Councilman. Now I'd expect to see the Voidwalker come down. And all right. Oh, and Funny Guy's really hoping that, okay, does go ahead and clears off Huffer. Does go face. Is that going to make the difference? So no Unleash the Hounds. No Unleash the Hounds for Little J. Oh, Little J playing some mind games here.
That didn't quite hit the mark.
He will go ahead and kill command face.
Quite hit the mark.
And trying to trick Funny Guy into thinking that he has explosive trap. And actually, come think it, these mind games don't work because that Darkshire Councilman was at 5 hit points. So Funny Guy very likely would have gone ahead and attacked face that position, and testing with that Abusive Sergeant.
Buying or selling.
Pick up. Probably the young Dragonhawk is going to be the pick in this position, and it indeed is. The young Dragonhawk. So Funny Guy has 5 damage, 10 damage with his Doom Guard. All right. And King's Elec, is there any minion that he could pick up here to give him an out? Ragnaros, if he has that in his deck, would have been an out. Other than Ragnaros, I can't. Oh, Leroy Jenkins would have been the difference as well.
Job's done.
Goes ahead, and that was a very, very close matchup here. Funny Guy with the slight misplay early on in the game, putting that Abusive Sergeant on his Imp Gang Boss. but does end up defeating Little J in the end, 3-1. So far, my predictions on the outcomes of these matches have been dead wrong. First round, I had projected Zoo to defeat K-Felt, and K-Felt came away the victor. And then in this match, I thought Little J was definitely going to have the upper hand, but Funny Guy was able to defeat him 3 games to 1. So we'll go ahead and jump into actually, we will go ahead and take a quick break here. Might see if there are some other matches that are still in progress, and we'll have those to you guys here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I know, right? I heard the Yogs around and like.
All right. We will soon be starting one of our semifinals matches against True Viet Boy and Grifter, both prominent names in the Utah Hearthstone community. I'm going to hop into a Hearthstone client here, and son of a gun, we lost our Hearthstone. Got to relaunch.
I'm glad you're here, friend. There's a chill outside.
All right, everybody, welcome and greetings to the semifinals of the Summer Tavern, the Summer Showdown, hosted by TESPA of the University of Utah. The match we're going to be featuring today is between True Viet Boy and Grifter. True Viet Boy, as mentioned before, is a very prominent name in the Utah Hearthstone scene. True Viet Boy's real name is Brandon Nguyen, I believe, or Hyun. I don't speak Vietnamese, I'm sorry. The decks that he brought today are Druid, Warrior, Warlock, and Shaman. His favorite deck is Handlock, and his least favorite deck is Face Hunter. His occupation is retired #1 Yu-Gi-Oh player in Utah. Something interesting about True Viet Boy is that he is Asian, therefore he is genetically predisposed to being very good at card games and esports in general, so not shy about pointing that out. And he says his most memorable Hearthstone moment is beating Bowser every time we play. So I'm sure we would all remember such experiences. And our second player that we will be casting today is Grifter. Grifter's name is Travis Clark. The decks that he brought today are Shaman, Warrior, Druid, and Mage. His favorite deck is Melt Your Face Priest. Least favorite deck is Cyberstein, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. His occupation is National Transportation Supervisor. And to go any further would be too confusing to explain. Something interesting about him, he once beat all 96 levels of Super Mario World only using one hand on the Super Nintendo. It says it took him a couple of months. His most memorable Hearthstone moment was beating Bowser at a tournament he hosted at his house. Strike him off future invitation lists. So we are getting our co-caster Jordan here. Jordan, what can you tell us about these two competitors?
So I actually don't know if my headset is working. So
I do not hear you.
yeah, we need to figure out if my headset's working first.
All right.
We need to fix that. So where is the sound input? Devices. Okay, so I'm gonna walk over here. Coming out of, should say.
Can somebody from the other room come in and tell us if they can hear Jordan on the stream?
Probably not. Oh, that's awkward. So the webcam has a microphone turn? That ain't.
All right, yes, we're trying to connect Jordan so that he can join in being a co-commentator for us. So far in today's actions, we have seen a couple of what could be called upsets, but another way to look at it would be some new emerging faces in the Salt Lake or Utah Hearthstone scene. And Jordan, can you help me out here? This screen here keeps going blank, and what? It's not a touch.
Yes, let's see here.
Turn.
It's looking for the PC connection. Where you were using the PC keyboard?
Well, no, it shows the tournament schedule, and I use that to give a recap of the tournament so far. Being fully dedicated to keeping our viewers interested is my top priority. So, all right. So in round 3, we had True Viet Boy defeating Acme Sector 30. Actually, I believe Acme had to drop out. Is that correct, Jordan?
Yeah, so he actually had to leave, fortunately, so he had to forfeit that match to True Viet Boy. No, not here.
All right, and in another round 3 match, Griff.
Oh, there you go. Can you hear me now?
I can't, but perhaps our viewers can.
Because it says we're getting input from this mic.
All right, and any of you listening in the room next to us, please let us know if one of us is too loud or too quiet. Maybe you just don't want to listen to me and you come and tell me to shut up. Who knows? But
That looks better.
giving another recap of round 3, Grifter defeated Bamboozled. Now, we didn't get Bamboozled on stream today, but interesting fact about him is that he, I believe he teaches ballroom dancing in to high schoolers. And in his spare time, he generously works with the homeless to teach them how to twerk. It's
Is that a joke or is that an actual thing?
I hope it's a joke. I really do. But
You just wrote that.
no, I just made that up now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say that's the last thing you feel.
We also had Funny Guy defeating Little J. And a quick note, it looks like that has not been updated in the challenge site yet.
We might just need to
Maybe just need to refresh. Just kidding, that had been updated.
Are you able to hear me now?
And we also had K Felt defeating his opponent 3-0, it looks like.
It says it's getting sound. It's probably just that.
Just talk there a second.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good. I will
Thanks.
stand here and look like I'm talking out of this mic.
All right. So it looks like True Viet Boy is setting up to do battle with a friend. So, Jordan, how long have you been active in esports?
In esports in general, I would say 3 or 4 years, dating back to League of Legends, actually, is when I really got into it. Before that, I mean, I played WoW Arena competitively, but not at the level that anyone actually...
You weren't going
ends
to
up seeing
BlizzCon.
No, I wasn't at BlizzCon or anything. But I also used to play, like, just other games kind of competitively, but not... The scene wasn't what it is now, and so you would have seen it anyways.
I see.
But
Pre-Twitch.
yeah, the first one, I guess Twitch era being included would have been League, and I used to help run and participate in the League tournaments around Utah about 3 or so years ago, 3-4 years ago. Moved into Hearthstone and now Overwatch actually in the past year or two.
Now, I'm not seeing that we have Grifter on our friends list.
There he is.
Okay, good. think there's a typo up there.
It triggers
Gosh, what kind of tournament is this? No.
I could talk louder. It's kind of awkward because it's got to get over to the other mic over here. So
All right, Ron Burgundy. For those of you who have seen Anchorman, now somebody may need to tell Little J what Anchorman is. I think that movie is over 10 years old now. So
yeah, it probably came out before he was born.
yes,
So-
yes.
All right. So it looks like they are actually in game now. So we'll go ahead and spectate that. Maybe if it'll let us. There we go.
Yes.
So we'll spectate from Grifter's hand. Added. Do we not have
True Viet Boy, he was.
Interesting. Should be able to spectate him as well.
Maybe we should back out of this and spectate True Viet Boy first.
Yeah, let's see if it works for her. Oh, he has it turned.
Oh, somebody's gonna have to talk to him about this. This was an error on True Viet Boy's part, and it is related to Hearthstone. We will not tell his family for fear of it bringing shame to his family, but
Okay, so
accidents happen to the best of
we
us.
do have Cthulhu Warrior here versus looks like Totem mid-range Shaman.
Oh man,
What have we done?
are we on the correct screen here? I had to relaunch Hearthstone. I will be right back.
Let me see what I can figure out.
All right.
So give me just a moment here to see what is going on. We seem to be missing Hearthstone. There we go. It's a little small though. Can you guys hear us in there?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, motherfucker.
It was unchecked.
Yeah, I have to restart the entire
There you go.
I get the headset of
That
power.
That's something that actually has a live mic. Alright.
All right. I guess we can stand up here.
Like actual sportscasters, but they're just
Oh. Hey. Oh. So it says funny guy in Little J.
Welcome to the
Oh,
Grand Tournament, champion.
All right, so True Viet Boy looks like he brought his Cthulhu Warrior. Now, I was actually the victim on two different occasions of True Viet Boy playing his Cthulhu 3 times in various matchups.
Alright, there we go. That looks more accurate.
That's interesting that True Viet Boy elected not to attack into one of the wolves prior to casting
Yeah.
Brawl. Perhaps he thought the risk reward of leaving his Justicar up didn't outweigh the potential for one of the things from below staying on the board. So,
Elements I like. Totems.
Draenei Totem Carver. It's been a long time since I saw that card played.
It's a really scary board though. Like Trivia Boy doesn't have any answer to this now, and so he really just kind of has to play super defensively. Probably just throwing down the Emperor there, and I mean, really nothing else you can do.
Well, there is the line of play where he could armor up and shield slam the thing from below. And let's see, he'd have 5 mana remaining.
I guess this is okay because it does give more presence, and he's not really in danger of dying because he's this is an aggro shaman, so he's not afraid of being just bursted down unexpectedly. He's probably not expecting a like a bloodlust or something.
Yeah, a bloodlust or a doomhammer into double rock biter, which on this board would be GG. Actually, I will sit down here.
But he is still in a pretty bad spot, considering next turn all he really has now is that Twin Emperor trying to stall out his board, maybe pray for it if he's running second.
Well, with the potential further to be Zoo in his matchups, I'd be very surprised if he did not run a second Brawl in this deck.
Quite a bit of time, but we do see that Flame Tongue up there, along with not quite able to see what that most recent card was.
Totem Golem.
Probably just spectating.
Yeah, be most effective.
Yeah. That's the best play there. I think he's just shy of lethal, actually. No, he has lethal, doesn't he?
Well,
He does. With
he has
this
9
level
attack.
plus the totem, so that would be 13 plus 4 would be 17. So, or did the fire element already attack?
Yes, I believe Fire Elemental already attacked. So, Shield Block is a good pickup here for True Viet Boy. That does give him a number of different options. She's going to go ahead, Shield Slam, play Fiery War Axe, clear off the Flame Tongue Totem, and I suspect he's going to armor up. Yeah.
18 shy of lethal here, Grifter, because he would have the potential for
There is a voltage.
13 damage there this turn. So a lot of damage on the board.
So 14, yeah, 16 damage coming in. True Viet Boy needs another form of removal, and Beckoner of Evil is not it.
It looks like it's going to be game 1 here in favor of Grifter. So starting off, not looking very good for True Viet Boy, although in kind of hindsight, this matchup is favored towards the Shaman anyways, because it's able to out-attack the Warrior, especially if they don't draw enough board clear.
Yes, I would say so that the mid-range Shaman is favored against Warrior. However, the aggro Shaman, which would run like 2 Argent Squires, the 1/1 Divine Shield, and double Abusive Sergeant, with all the whirlwind effects that Warrior has, I would argue that Warrior's actually pretty favored in that matchup.
Especially because if you're able to get the Shield Bearers out as Cthulhu Warrior, like aggro Shaman only has so much of a window before Warrior will just out tempo them with their extra armor. So definitely favored if that were aggro Shaman, but seeing as it wasn't, Grifter did have the advantage there. So not overly surprising that he took game 1. But we do now see a form of tempo mage here from Grifter. Let's switch back to the main screen here.
Yeah, and the Disciple of Cthulhu's going to go ahead, come down here, and clear off that Sorcerer. It does die to free to either the Mana Worm or a Ping. And with the Flame Waker being drawn, yes, I think that is the right play to make, trading in the Mana Worm. So
Forcing True Viet Boy to use a shield slam on that poor Flame Waker. That's actually my favorite card in the game, is Flame Waker.
is it really?
Yeah, because Tempo Mage is one of my favorite decks, just because you can snowball so hard with a Flame Waker against almost any deck. You get so much value out of it. There's really no cost at all. So I actually crafted 2 golden ones back before they announced Standard and Wild, so I felt really bad.
Oh.
Playing my favorite Tempo Mage.
Oh man.
This is a great pickup here, though, for True Viet Boy. He could use that execute, which I believe. Maybe
that-
for a higher priority target.
That is an interesting choice. Without Brawl in hand, I don't know how many higher priority targets there's going to be for Execute moving forward.
I think it just kind of forces him to just try and play this out. He's chosen maybe Execute here, but then it just feels bad because he committed to not playing it before, so you kind of just have to commit to your play. We'll see if he's able to clear out Cthulhu's Chosen here, which he probably will with this Arcane Missile.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 here whether or not it clears it, but with the ping, you'd be able to clear it and do an additional 6 damage to face.
So I think at this point, True Viet Boy is realizing he probably should have just executed that.
The
Conjure,
Ethereal Conjure,
Shot
yes.
blank, so I cheated. But not in a terrible position at this point, because he does have that Shield Bearer now, which he'll be able to get some good value out of, as well as the Sylvanas, which Mage, only real answer to that is a
Mm-hmm. Now, can you scroll over and see what that secret is that the Mage has?
So it was a Vaporize.
It's a Vaporize. That's...
Ethereal Conjurer. So, gonna cause some issues for True Viet Boy down the line.
And True Viet Boy is probably suspecting that that's either an ice block or
an ice barrier.
Or ice barrier, yes, thank you.
So he's probably not afraid to swing into face at some point later down the line. So we could see that potentially.
I have no time for games.
Now this is.
Are you my master?
I'm okay with this play actually because he's not really in danger of lethal or anything. And taking damage as warrior really doesn't matter at this point because you have so much armor in the game, especially with that shield bearer there in hand.
I agree. It is a good move. Now, it would have been highly punished if Grifter did have a polymorph. Well, on the other hand, Cthulhu is going to be the highest priority polymorph target. So,
which is kind of funny because it counters Doomcaller. Because Doomcaller won't proc your Cthulhu.
Oh, and True Viet Boy does win that 50-50, stealing the Azure Drake instead of the Ice... Is that an Ice Rager? Or which Rager is it?
You never see. Amgam Rager. It's probably one of the worst cards in the game.
Amgam Rager, so Magma backwards.
Yeah, that's... You're right, actually. That's a reverse Magma Rager. Pretty bad card, actually.
Yeah, it...
The worst drop you could have gotten from that.
Yes, and I could probably come up with a witty joke to make about that, but nothing comes to mind immediately, unfortunately. So True Viet Boy picking up Emperor Tharson.
I'm just playing it for tempo here. He's not going to get... I mean, reducing the cost of Doomsayer, yeah, that's okay. Reducing the cost of Doomcaller is pretty good. But I suspect he's not going to get much value out of that Doomcaller.
Well, the fact that Doomcaller is now cost 7 instead of 8 allows True Viet Boy to combo Bran Bronzebeard with Doomcaller and to get 2 Cthulhu's if Cthulhu has already been played and killed.
That is true. both Doomsayers actually go down here. Actually,
Oh,
yeah,
ow, well,
Disciple of the Thune, we can now just clear that Antonitis without worrying much else.
Company of town speaking.
and he does play the Doom Caller for some surprise tempo there. I agree with that play.
Yeah, now that he's not really able to clear it with anything aside from like a fire lane or flame lance, which is unlikely for us to be seeing at this point in the game.
Oh, and this Vaporize could really come in handy here. Oh, but he opts to play the mirror images. That's interesting.
I actually think that's good because it's further making Truvia Boy think that is anything but a Vaporize. Because if it were, why would we all be but
Oh,
okay, so that's
the
actually-
value.
It's good and bad for Truvia Boy because it's great because now that Cthulhu is not in danger of being zapped by a Vaporize. And Grifter has no way of dealing with it. He's going to take 16 damage to face next turn, more than likely.
The play I would make here, assuming that he doesn't have Polymorph in his deck. Oh, Frostbolt. So I think he's going to go ahead and play his Sorcerer's Apprentice into Frostbolt, into pinging the Cthulhu.
Yep, because that will give him just enough damage next turn in order to clear that. So unless Truvia Boy has some board clear, which that is the worst card he could possibly draw.
Yeah, those are the three most worthless cards that Truvia Boy could have at this stage in the game in his hand. As there is no scenario where you play Doomsayer here. You have the larger minion on your board. And Grifter picks up Yogg-Saron, the card that we all love to see, love to come out. It's the last hope for both players generally. Well, it can be the last hope for either player, I should say. Usually you play it to either close out a game or in desperation.
Now, do you think that Trivia Boy is running 2 Doom Callers?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
I don't think he is.
Because that's kind of his saving grace at this point. Because that Rag and that Yogg are such a threat here. Now that he has both Doomsayers on the board, he really has no board clear whatsoever.
And I like the play there where Grifter chose not to play his Spell Slinger. And now this turn, he does have a pretty good play. Ragnaros plus Ping. It's safe. Both minions on the board would have to trade into Ragnaros to clear it.
The best Trivia Boy can go for at this point is that Rag to go face.
Oh, definitely.
Which it doesn't, which is unfortunate. And that double act like actually might turn out to be good for Trivia Boy.
Yes, if I had to guess, I'd say there's about a 50-50 chance that one of those acolytes will be squashed like an insect next turn.
Dead or alive.
Let's see what we get. Oh, Blessed Champion. Now that could end up being a really big deal.
If this Twin Emperor survives, not a big threat throughout on one of those acolytes. Interesting, right? No, the best option for Grifter.
Grifter is playing the odds here, where he wants Ragnaros to hit that 4/6, and it pays off. Any of the other cards, and Truvia Boy has a tough decision to make here.
How do you feel about just brawling here first?
I don't like that. I think you Ravaging Ghoul first. You guarantee another draw from your Acolyte. And depending on what you draw, you do now have removal in the form of Execute. But on the other hand, True Viet Boy is hanging.
Oh my goodness. What the fuck? Okay,
Yes.
so this is suddenly very much in favor of True Viet Boy. He's ahead 2 cards on.
Oh, all right, everybody, praise Yogg.
Everything is
Put your hands in the air, praise Yogg. Okay, head crack. So
That's actually incredible.
that Shadow Flame is devastatingly bad. Totemic Might, not the best card in this situation. Snipe, pretty good. Rock Biter, very well, it's mediocre. Nourish, that is not a card that you want to have played in this position. Another Shadow Flame, Shadow Bolt, Lightning Storm. Get some special effects here. Okay, Stand Against Darkness. Stand Against Darkness. The Ravaging Ghoul is gonna get some mega value next turn.
I think we just see now since he has that second Fire War Axe and just out-tempo this mage because really all he has is that
Almost out of cards.
which could be pretty easily cleared with that Execute. Only real threat on the board right now, or in the game right now.
Yeah, I wonder what the last card is in Grifter's deck.
I'm gonna say Arcane Intellect.
Arcane Intellect.
A second one.
For his sake, I hope you are incorrect. Oh, and really, that is the game. Yes.
20 extra armor.
Yeah, 20 armor.
It doesn't matter how many turns you swing face with that water elemental at this point.
You win.
Yep.
Yeah, Grifter throws in the towel, but I give Grifter the moral victory. He played Yogg-Saron.
He did.
So
He got, unfortunately, punished very hard for it, but
yes, he could have opted to play. I believe he had a Mana Worm, and at that point in the game, he would not have wanted to play the Arcane Intellect. I don't believe.
possibly. Could have given him one more spell. Might have turned the
Yes,
game
yes.
into but
Could-
I mean, he would have gotten all those 1/1s, and who knows, he might have got something that would have buffed him up to be like 3/3s. He could have had Wisps of the Old
Yes,
Gods.
Wisps of the Old Gods. He could have gotten a third Shadow Flame, but we will never know. In that position, since True Viet Boy was not representing lethal, I think I may have gone ahead and played the Mana Worm and gotten 1, 2, possibly 3 more spells for the Yogg, but that is now in the past. So True Viet Boy, very strong opener. Tunnel Trog into either Flame Tongue or Hero Power. Most likely Hero Power, depending on what Grifter does with his first turn.
Grifter does have a lot of options here. Coining out, yes. I agree with this play. Normally you want to save that coin in Tempo Mage, but having so many options here, being able to deal with that Tunnel Trog next turn, regardless of what True Viet Boy does, I agree with this play here. I believe he's just going to trade in there, and so we'll probably see a second Cult Sorcerer.
Yes, and indeed that Cult Sorcerer is coming out, and Grifter just drew his Flame Waker. So, True Viet Boy being forced now to play his Mana Tide Totem, picks up Fire Elemental, which is not what he is looking for in this position.
Going to be able to clear out both of these here, but really no cost for his troubles. I guess the thing below here, or from below, is really the only play. And it's just going to get Fireball next turn, which is unfortunate. The Tempo Mage really showing its strength in being able to hold off. Likewise, mid-range decks.
But on the other side of that, True Viet Boy does have the ability now to regain board control. Tuskar Totemic is coming out, and probably another totem. And there is a second Mana-Tide totem.
That was probably actually the second best totem he could have hoped for there. First, obviously, being Totem Golem, but getting that extra card draw in this matchup is really important because he's going to start throwing down lots and lots of cards. Fire here, I believe.
Oh yes, and we'll see if Frostbolt can cause 2 lucky procs off that Flame Waker, but no, not the case this time.
I think we'll just see the Fire Element come down there. And more than likely, I would just say
It's gonna.
interesting. I don't think I agree with that. I would just play the Water Elemental at this point.
Or you could Flame Waker Arcane Intellect.
You could. There is a chance it would result in killing the Fire Elemental.
Well, not in this case.
No.
It does get rid of the totem. There were 4 missiles that came out that turn, so I wouldn't be surprised if he trades in his Fire Elemental and then either evolves it, or he could go with Thunderbluff Valiant into Totem. Let's see.
Like the evolve here.
What? Oh,
That's
that is about the worst card that he could have possibly gotten in this position. So
I almost think like he should have maybe held off on the Master of Evolution for one more turn and tried to maybe get something else out of the second one there.
But on the other hand, Grifter does not have a clean way of taking advantage of this situation. If he had a card like Arcane Missiles, that would have been absolutely huge here. And he does opt to run his Flame Waker into, and what is that? What is that minion called again? Is it Dreadscale? Acid Moth.
I actually think the Flame Strike would have been fine there because it would have cleared everything except for the 1/1 because of the Acid Moth. And then he could have just traded the 2/4 in, which would have saved him his Flame Waker.
And on the other hand, there would have been a 75% chance that that it would have pinged off the Argent Squire anyway. So
The light protects me.
Man, he's not getting any value out of these Master of Evolutions here. Getting a Dusk Bowl, which is just going to get pinged away next turn.
And with Flame Strike in hand, really any 2-drop was probably going to get removed. But that is a 5 damage Flame Strike that Grifter has. So it will take out the Master of Evolution. And I bet the Drake is going to go ahead and clear the board completely.
Yeah, no reason to leave that one.
And Lightning Storm. I didn't see that in True Viet Boy's hand earlier. That is going to be a very important pickup here for him, as he will be able to clear the board.
But Grifter's not in too much trouble at this point because he does have a lot of ways to stall this out. Maybe dig for some more board clear, possibly a second Flame Strike. Oh, but a second Lightning Storm.
Well, the play here has to be the Thunderbluff Valiant, though. The buff is going to go on to 3 totems, and well, he won't be able to cleanly deal with these water elementals. He does put Grifter in the awkward situation of, well, what do I attack here? Oh, Fireball is a huge pickup.
I think you draw first. Yeah, definitely draw first. There's no reason not to.
I agree.
Oh yeah, so this will clear this one nicely. Actually, you know what? I think I would clear.
Well, that's going to be a tough choich. Which one of the 2 health minions does he clear? I think he will go with the totem golem.
That was a misplay. He should have cleared the 2/2 with his water elemental and then ping arcane blast with the what's it? The tunnel trog there. Would have had 2 less damage on it. Now it just dies to this lightning storm.
Yes, that's a good pickup, and that's very relevant at this stage in the game here. And the healing totem makes it so the totem golem is going to survive.
A couple
And-
of misplays here from Grifter might just end up costing him the game.
It's possible. Let's see what comes from our Lord and Savior Yogg Saron. All right, bear trap, vanish. Oh, yes. All right, the best. Oh, by far the best Yogg I've seen. Hammer of Wrath. Okay, and you still want to you want to still be drawing at this stage in the game.
Wow.
Okay, eviscerate, inner fire. Was that an eviscerate for 2?
It was. So Yogg doesn't benefit off combo. Yogg is not a player.
Oh.
He doesn't get combos. It's unfortunate.
Well,
That was a pretty good Yogg, and he gets it
was.
again next turn.
and how many spells was that?
That was 9.
9 spells. So
So I think we'll just see. Job's done.
reestablish board control, and Grifter will again have the
Play Yogg again.
well. The second mana worm makes double mana worm and mirror entities. Oh, Lord and Savior Yogg Saron. Okay, snipe, lava shock. Where does it go? Okay. Yeah. Oh. Nourish still a good card at this juncture.
3 mana.
Yeah. All right, misdirect. Oh, assassinate. This. Okay. Well, it's still a good outcome for Grifter. Okay, shiving his face. Oh. And tombs. And that is a big deal because
Yogg coming up big. for Grifter
yes,
here.
yes. 2 turns in a row. Gets the vanish on Yogg, and we have a Christmas tree mage with mismatched lights.
Nothing but green and yellow on the page, man. Snipe. Oh. feels
Oh.
bad.
True Viet boy doesn't play around the snipe. What is he thinking? Oh,
The repentance.
the repentance.
saves the totem golem.
Oh, that's a bunch of crap.
What is this game?
What? I have never seen that before.
Okay. Confirmed.
All right,
Confirmed.
Ben Brode. We need to talk.
I'm gonna see him next week.
Are you? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I will let him know that they need to fix that interaction.
Because-
Repentance needs to happen first, then snipe. Because you want them to die after the freedom of sins. After Yogg has died of his sins.
Yes,
Not
yeah,
before.
yes. But in reality, it is probably that way because snipe was the first secret
Before repentance.
in repentance. It's kind of like the frost trap versus gosh, what's the other one? Doesn't matter. I'm sure there is a definite order that is non-random. But now, True Viet Boy is gonna have to deal with 3 fireballs.
I think True Boy is just this game is over. Yeah, there's
Well,
not really
he is actually gonna be alive on board.
on board, but he knows he just got 2 free fireballs, so there's really no way.
Yeah. Short of a Kabbalist tome coming out that gives
How are you gonna get that as shaman?
no, for Grifter. So a win condition could have been somehow giving another Yogg to Grifter and relying on overdrawing, but
So that brings us to 2-1 now in favor of Grifter. So what a fun game though. That
was a
Better Yogg games I've ever
absolutely. Oh, True Viet Boy bringing
The The Cthulhu
A
Druid.
ramp Cthulhu or a like a Fandral Cthulhu deck. I'm guessing this is.
Interesting. That's actually a great combo there for Truvia Boy. The swipe with Blood Mage Thanatos. Swipe becomes infinitely better with even just one. Like all Druid spells.
Yes, so much. Oh, absolutely. Fiery Win-X coming out here from Grifter. He does have a pretty decent opening hand.
Unfortunate because he is considering just dropping that Blood Mage. But I feel like, yeah, the Twilight Elder, probably the best bet, but it is just going to get cleared by that slam Fiery War Axe.
Yes, yes. Now, K-Felt was telling us earlier that he thinks that the Fiery War Axe is the most broken card in the game currently. He wishes that it was not part of the base set and that it would be transitioning out.
I can see that simply because it will clear every single 2-drop in the game except for Millhouse Mana Storm.
And Shielded Minibot. But
That's true. But as far as like the amount of health that they have, but Shielded Minibot's not in standard. Oh no, yeah, it's not.
right, it is not.
And neither is
The Priest 2/4.
or the Anoyatron.
Anoyatron, yes. So all favorites of our viewers, I am sure.
But Truvia Boy not in too bad a position here.
Yeah,
Has a nice curve into 5, 6, and 7 coming up, and Grifter might not be able to deal with that as best as he would like. He does have a brawl and a shield block. Shield slam.
now the Cthulhu is still at 6 attack for Truvia Boy, is that correct?
It's at 7 actually.
It's at
because he got
7.
One turn off the Elder,
All right, that's right.
but it will be at 10 once he plays that Dark Arakoa if he chooses to. Which here I don't see why not. It will probably just get shield block, hero power, shield slam next turn, but it is his best play.
Yeah, I'd agree. Depending on what he could draw, Ravaging Ghoul does present another opportunity here. But Grifter, having seen what's come up so far, may be thinking in the back of his mind, well, maybe there's going to be some Ancient of Wars coming up. Gonna want to save that Ravaging Ghoul and execute for one of those big minions, and it also procs his Crazed Alchemist or Crazed Worshipper rather.
I do like that Truvia Boy running 2 Ancient of Wars. Normally you only see 1, but in this case it buys you a lot of time to dig for that Cthulhu and your other high-end minions that you're running in Cthulhu Druid.
Indeed, and so the Ravaging Ghoul does come down along with Execute, and then Cthulhu's Chosen. And True Viet Boy, despite having a second Ancient of War,
Kind of looking in trouble.
yeah, is looking a little bit in trouble because the board can kill that Ancient of War. And Justicar Trueheart was picked up by Grifter here. And I didn't see it drawn last turn, but he is running an Elise Starseek.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that gives you an additional win condition potentially as Cthulhu Warrior, because yeah, you might be able to dig for that Cthulhu, but they might just deal with it outright. So having that golden monkey in there kind of just secures you that fatigue that you might end up battling.
And out comes the swipe. That's...
I guess I agree with that, because the 6 damage versus the 3 damage is more significant at this point in the game. 15 health.
And there is Sylvanas.
Do you have the artifact?
But yeah, I agree with playing Elise here and then hero powering. Keeping his armor high. It may help him get a more powerful shield slam later in the game. So Wild Growth coming out here, gonna see if he can pick up another pick up a card, and he does pick up an answer.
Swipe is huge here, actually.
It's
Because that would allow you to swipe hero power while grub. But it looks like he opts to not do that. Instead, he'll just get the Bran out for potentially a really big food value play.
so Grifter's gonna have an awkward turn.
He's probably just gonna have the raw hero power. Nope.
Oh nope.
He can play that Emperor.
There is a Vekler to the rescue. Probably the best card that he could have top decked in this situation.
But you know that Cthulhu is gonna deal 28 damage this turn. Or next turn.
And I bet that Claxy Amberweaver may come down. Oh, Cthulhu's chosen. All right.
Well, and Drifter really has no incentive to brawl this board because a 50-50 chance that you take out Bran isn't that great.
Indeed, it's not.
So
And
he's probably just going to throw down that Shield Bearer.
I bet he throws down the Shield Bearer as opposed to throwing down Sylvanas, and that's going to be a 36 damage Cthulhu.
That totals to 42 damage on board. With the Cthulhu. 42. Not quite enough to take out Grifter.
It's so much. It is actually more than the current armor value of Grifter.
But you know, I think
It's just
I
crazy.
would just see...
You will not get a better Cthulhu opportunity than this. I think this is very greedy on True Viet Boy's part here. And the fact that he is playing these spells kind of leads me to believe that he might have a Yogg.
Or Malagos?
Yeah, Malagos.
He just played Malagos.
Okay, well, having seen what he just played,
Yeah, Yogg.
probably Yogg. And if that's the case, well, I hope we're in for a long game.
Oh, we do have the map.
Yeah, so probably map Sylvanas hero power, depending on what the draw is here. Okay, Brawl. Okay, yeah. So 66% chance that Bran comes off the board, and
Unfortunately not, but that is a 22-22 Cthulhu.
Ragnaros. Okay.
Maybe boy just playing the long game here. He doesn't want to reveal that massive Cthulhu in his hand.
And what he may be afraid of, well, actually, no, it wouldn't make sense for him to be afraid of Shield Slam clearing Cthulhu for free. Perhaps he is trying to bait out a Sylvanas so that there's no potential for Sylvanas to steal a huge Cthulhu. Now he didn't use mulch there on Sylvanas, did he? No, okay.
Or did he mulch? He
No,
didn't
no,
mulch
yeah,
yet,
no.
you know.
No mulch.
So the brawl here actually going to good.
So Grifter is rooting for Ragnaros to win this brawl. And that's exactly what happens. Yes, True Viet Boy is definitely going to have to play Cthulhu. And there's only about an 80% chance that his Cthulhu is gonna kill Ragnaros.
That's a pretty big chance.
It is.
I would be really surprised.
And actually, yeah, he's gonna run his Drew to the Claw into Bran
Is he gonna mulch?
and mulch Ragnaros. Alright, yeah, he does it.
I guess he just wants that board presence. Shifter Xerath.
Now that is an interesting card. Now does Shifter Xerath
Yes,
shift
he will
this
change. He will
turn?
change now.
Okay.
So
Oh,
Okay.
well,
Not this turn.
yeah.
Not this turn.
Not the best of cards for Grifter, but
But it's a sleeping giant. We don't
oh
know
yeah. I mean, we could get surprised, see one of our old school heroes like Gruel.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since now finally out comes Cthulhu, and Grifter does not have a good way of dealing with it.
This actually sets up for
This
lethal
this
turn. No.
26,
Slightly off. Because
27.
he has 27 damage on. Oh, but that's.
Oh, a second to lease. Now that is interesting.
It is. But that's 22 more damage going to face.
No, he has to play Elise here. He absolutely has to play Elise here. Because Cthulhu may very well end up running into Elise. Because he is at only 8 hit points.
I guess it depends on what the boy draws here.
Sylvanas.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna Wrath first. Yeah, Sylvanas and then clear Elise, and then he will represent. He will not represent lethal the following turn.
Let's think what Grifter could have. He could draw monkey next turn.
Mm-hmm.
He could draw a map. He could do another monkey.
I have no time
What
for
could
games.
monkeys do that would ruin Trivia Boy's plans?
Not a whole heck of. Well, since Sylvanas came
He's
down.
probably playing around Cthulhu because Grifter has not yet played his Cthulhu.
That is right, and there is Cthulhu.
How much damage is that? 15.
15.
There is
Not
that
nearly
is
big
the
enough.
only win condition Grifter has. He has the YOLO damage, but he also needs to swing in with 3 first.
Yes.
That's a monster.
And 15 damage divided by 3 targets. The odds are I don't. That is the game, and that's the match.
3-1.
Despite True Viet Boy ending with 37 attack worth of board at the end.
Trivia Boy just waited way too long to play that Cthulhu. Should have gotten some value out of it with the brand when it was on board.
And that's easy for us to say. I'd be interested to ask him why he was holding off so long. But yeah, that concludes this semifinals match. Congratulations to Grifter for advancing to the finals. And the other semifinals match was going on concurrently, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was going on. It might be over already. I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and go to a break and we'll be right back.
So K Felt is not in here anymore. So that leads me to believe that So they didn't hear anything that I was saying? All right. All right. We are getting ready for the finals to get underway. The results of our semifinals were Grifter 3-1 over True Via Boy, and K-Felt 3-0 over Funny Guy. The classes that K-Felt going to be using are Druid, Warrior, and Shaman, whereas Grifter is going to be playing Shaman, Druid, and Mage. Funny Guy, K-Felt. Here's Grifter. All right, Grifter and K-Felt are about to hop into the game. Should have them up here any moment. And we want to remind everybody that there is going to be a LAN party at the Watchtower Cafe tonight at 8 o'clock until 3 a.m. And they will be having a Hearthstone event there as well. So if 8 hours of Hearthstone isn't enough for you in one day, well, you will get your full day's worth if you do go to that LAN tonight. All right, Grifter and K-Felt have started their game. Spectate here.
For the life binder.
All right, so K-Felt is using Dragon Warrior, the first one of those that we have seen today. He had mentioned that each of his opponents has banned Warrior so far in this tournament. By all accounts, I'd have to say K-Felt's start is very strong here. Goes ahead and picks up the Warlock hero power. Oh, are these transposed?
The light protects me.
You're not seeing my beautiful face?
The blade be thirsty.
So K-Felt does go ahead and throws down a Frothing Berserker, and this board is looking awfully threatening at this early stage of the game. There's no real solid play for Grifter here. There he has no way of removing that Frothing Berserker right now. The wolves would just straight up die to... I'm sorry. Will straight up die to Extraza's Champion plus a hit from the Fiery War Axe. And now this Frothing Berserker is going to be hitting face for at least 7.
Oh.
14 damage. 15 damage. And all of a sudden, K-Felt is threatening lethal. Gonna need some lucky rolls on these. Oh. Nazoth's first mate. go ahead and get our overlay corrected here. So I think the play for K-Felt right here, he's debating between the Draconid Crusher and a combination of tapping, or more likely, he'd actually be contemplating playing Azir Drake plus N'Zoth's First Mate, or the Draconid Crusher. Corkron Elite is gonna allow K-Felt to clear both the wolves and in 7 turns, Frothing Berserker is 35 damage to Grifter. So game 1 goes to K-Felt in a quick match. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Druid mirror this next match. Grifter does opt to use his mage.
I must protect the
And K-Felt running Cenarius, Mire Keeper. No doubt Fandral Staghelm is in his deck. Grifter with that Mana Worm in his opening hand will have an early advantage. Raven Isle coming off the top from K-Felt will give him an option this early point in the game. Ooh, deciding between another Raven Isle or Wisps of the Old Gods, or even Starfall. I wouldn't be too surprised. See any of those go. Okay, so Raven Isle is the choice. Probably hoping to come up with some sort of hard removal if he needs to play Raven Idol again in the future. There is Nourish, another sign that this is a Fandral Staghelm deck. So yeah, Mire Keeper's probably going to come down here. He could opt to instead charge his Druid of the Claw out and clear out that Mana Worm. That is exactly what he does. Now, Grifter does have a good answer for this. Sorcerer's Apprentice and that Arcane Blast is in hand. Goes ahead and uses his Arcane Intellect. Violet Teacher off the top for K-Felt. I could see him playing that with the Raven Idol. We may see a Nourish wouldn't make a whole lot of sense here. Kind of a tough spot here for K-Felt. K-Felt does opt to put down the Druid of the Claw in bear form, hoping that Grifter does not have a Fireball.
Let's make magic.
And while that is the case, he does have a 5 damage Frostbolt. He'll just be able to Frostbolt and ping and go face. Early on in this game, K-Felt is really feeling the pressure from his Tempo Mage. Power of the Wild. That does set up a strong turn here for K-Felt, but with 9 damage being represented on the board, can't help but thinking that K-Felt's got to be looking for some hard removal. Living Roots, can use that to remove any of the sorcerers who are on the board. Instead, he's going to opt to use the Mire Keeper. And he does get the 2/2 with that. I like that choice personally. I don't see too many options for K-Felt here. I think he is going to have to go ahead and use his Wrath on the Faceless Summoner, hoping that he can pick up a swipe. An Ancient of War. That will be a big help for Grifter here. Or rather for K-Felt. Be able to deal with this board. Mirror Images. That's going to go ahead and give Grifter the option of playing Mana Worm plus the Mirror Images. And it looks like that is exactly what I don't understand why Grifter didn't play those Mirror Images. If he would have played those, the Azure Drake would not have been able to clear off Grifter's Azure Drake. So, oh, of course. Archmage Antonidas, yes. At 4 hit points and no other spells in hand. That makes much more sense. And K-Felt realizes that he must find a way to gain armor. He's going to have to nourish and try to dig up the 3 cost whatchamacallit, but no such luck, and Grifter is going to tie up the series at 1-1.
I concede.
So fairly quick game there. We did see the Yogg again in K-Felt's Druid deck. Hope we get to see that again next game. And Grifter will now be using either his Shaman or Druid. Shaman and Druid remaining for both players. And Grifter does opt to go with his Shaman in this matchup.
Protect the wild.
Raven Idol, Feral Rage, and Power of the Wild in K-Felt's opening hand. I suspect he will hang on to that Raven Idol. But the Feral Rage, I'm not so certain. Does go ahead and hangs on to that Feral Rage, picking up Swipe. So a lot of removal options for K-Felt here early on. And Bite versus Swipe. Does opt to take the Swipe. K-Felt may not have seen Grifter's Shaman deck earlier. Trying to remember what the first matchup was of this series. It was K-Felt's Warrior defeating... it's in the past now, it doesn't matter, I suppose. But Grifter does have a good turn 1 and turn 2 play. K-Felt does go ahead and swipes away that Totem Golem. Grifter lays down that Mana Tide Totem, will draw him a card, and I suspect K-Felt may choose to use his Feel Rage to remove that Mana Tide Totem. Then Hero Power the Tunnel Trog, take it down to 1 health, where he'll be able to use his swipe next turn. But looks like he may be opting for the Azure Drake. So he will go ahead and allow Grifter to draw 1 additional card. And I have to imagine the play here from Grifter is... oh man, I'm really surprised by that Master of Evolution play. Very surprised by that play. So, yeah, K-Felt is going to take back board control in a big way. He's going to get a full clear of Grifter's board. That swipe doing 5 damage to a minion and 2 to everything else on the board. And K-Felt is in control here. Has Power of the Wild to use next turn. Will be buffing up the 4 minions, actually 5 minions if you count the Violet Teacher or the Violet Apprentice that comes from the Violet Teacher. And oh, Master of Evolution transforms Totem into an even weaker minion, 1/1 Scarab. Worst possible outcome for that. And short of elemental destruction, I don't see how Grifter can potentially rebound from this. No AoE clears. He does have that Fire Elemental. He can go ahead and remove that 5/1 Azure Drake, but he'll still be staring down 15 face damage. Instead opts to do Feral Spirits and hexing the Violet Teacher, hoping that he can hang on long enough to find a Lightning Storm or some sort of AoE to deal with this board. Ancient of Warriors, it is going to be in taunt form. And that's going to do it. That's going to do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grifter concede here, yes, and that's exactly what he does. So K-Felt getting a victory with his Druid, and all he has remaining is his Shaman, and Grifter will be choosing between his Shaman and Druid.
Morgul versus Rome.
Alright, and this is a very aggressive Shaman with a spectacular opening hand. I'm guessing K-Felt's gonna keep... That is a very aggressive move to mulligan away that lightning bolt.
The light protects me.
But I suppose in this matchup, it's not that bad of an idea. K-Felt can Flame Juggler this turn and then coin Flame Wreath next turn.
It's getting hot in here.
Looks like that is exactly what he opts to do. He is going to go ahead and clear that Spell Power Totem. So Grifter is going to use his Rockbiter weapon here to clear away that Flame Juggler. And I don't imagine there's going to be any play other than a Flame Wreath faceless here. Getting a 7-7 on the board, turn 3. Seems balanced to me. But Grifter does have a strong response to this. Thing from below will allow this is going to be a tough decision here, because could put Rockbiter and Abusive Sergeant on that Argent Squire to clear off the thing from below and keep his Flame Wreath faceless full health, and that is exactly what he does. Recognizing, or perhaps remembering, that Grifter does have Lightning Storms in his deck. So a very awkward turn here now. And Grifter was very fortunate to pick up the Taunt Totem. At least from his perspective, he couldn't have known that the Argent Rider was hiding in the back of K-Felt's hand.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
And Grifter is going to have to go ahead and play double Lightning Storm here. This is a guaranteed board clear and may allow him to stabilize from here. He will be overloaded 4 mana crystals going into next turn, so he will be limited to essentially hero powering, or perhaps if he does pick up a 2-drop, besides that Flame Tongue totem, he could play that. K-Felt debating whether to play the Argent Squire. He does go ahead and throw it down. Ooh, Mana Tide. Oh, and that is GG. That is the series. Good games, everybody. K-Felt is our Summer Tavern champion. Thank you to everybody for watching our matches today. That was a quick best of 5 series. And I believe I've counted correctly. Shows that K-Felt is preparing to battle a friend, but I think they're shaking each other's hands and wishing each other well. All right, and that is it. Thank you, everybody, for listening.